audio coming through. See you guys, y'all want to give me a thumbs up or something when y'all ready to go? Or... Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone to First Bank of Alabama in Talladega for the 8th annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. Leading off, we have the Sylacauga High School Aggies. Head coach Matt Griffith enters his 15th season at the helm of the Aggie program. Representing the Aggies today, we have J.D. Deloach, Taylor Strickland, and Darian McElrath. The Aggies compete in Class 5A Region 5, coming off a 7-4 2018 campaign where they lost in the first round of the playoffs. They will open their season at Leeds on August the 23rd. Fire away, media.
Hey, Coach Griffith,
Yes.
just going back to that playoff loss last year, it passed two of the past three seasons, you've had some wacky playoff losses at the field going back in 2016.
Yeah, that was a tough one over career.
The confusion with the down and distance last year against Jasper, y'all were driving to tie it up.
Sure.
Just talk about how you avoid those pitfalls with a team that seems primed to get back there.
Yeah, well, the whole Jasper thing, too, was just you're playing, we were playing in probably one of the worst field conditions that I have seen in 28 years. I've never seen a field that soaked in water. It was absolutely brutal conditions for both teams. And that was an unfortunate thing as far as that. We felt on a dry field we were a little bit faster than they were. Great team though. I mean, they were number one in the region, and so those stuff. But we don't dwell on those things. Once those games are over, you just move on to the next season, and we understand that certain things happen, and you just kind of learn from your mistakes and keep going. And got a good football team back next year. Most of our kids are back, and they realize that we have just been so close for so many years in those top first round that but I say it all the time. If you'll notice, every once in a while a third or fourth gets out of first round, but most of the time, you need to be in your 1 and 2 region so that you can make a run at it.
What are the biggest challenges playing against these teams in the region? Is Central Place defending champion, and Center Point also, Mortimer Jordan? Talk about challenges facing those teams.
Well, one of those things is we think our region is the toughest in 5A right now. Even though it's usually your tougher regions are in the South bracket, this is in the North bracket, but it's one of the toughest ones. We also feel that 1, 2, 3, and 4 can all get out of the first and second round because the region's so tough. And you're facing Clay Central, which is a good football team, primarily a football school. They don't make any bones about it. They don't really worry about winning in basketball or baseball or anything else. They're a football school. Mortimer Jordan's always in the 3rd or 4th round, very good school. And then you've got Center Point that moved down from 6A that may be the most athletic team in the entire region. And then just had a D1 quarterback move in from Fultondale. So, but here's the thing, to be good, you got to play great competition. We're looking forward to it. We think we've got a team that matches up in our region very well, and we're looking forward to the season.
Tell us a little bit about the guys you brought with you.
Well, we got Darian McElrath and Taylor both are our defensive tackles. Taylor will go both ways at a left guard. We'll try to rest him some defensively as the game goes on. Darian is a nose tackle. He will play. He's athletic enough. We have a package. He plays some tight end on some goal line periods. J.D. Deloach sitting right here is our quarterback. He's a program player. He has been with us since the 7th grade, running the same system. Very good feet. Tremendous improvement throwing the football all season long. We've gone to Spain Park. We've gone to Clay Chalkville. We've gone to 7-on-7s and faced 6As and 7As all summer long to show what that competition is going to be. And so we're very excited. JD brings a lot to the table because he knows the offense so well, very intelligent, had a great summer. And, these guys are leaders. They've done a great job all summer. Our numbers have been high in summer practice. So, all I can say, we're just looking so forward to the first practice and see where we're at.
Compare JD's game to Dalen from last year, and have you had to change anything up in the offense in that transition?
Yeah, well, here's what JD has done is I go back to when we had a Matt Collier, when we had a Jackson Walker. They were great managers of the game. What Dalen brought was just a great athlete at quarterback that was probably a greater receiver that got moved to quarterback and because he was just so athletic. And Dalen was a smart kid, but JD is a true quarterback. Jackson Walker was a true quarterback. Keaton Wilson were true quarterbacks. And we think it just, with our running back situation, we're very excited about Malik Pope and Jordan Ridgeway and the situation at running back. To have a true quarterback manage the game makes us much better offensively than we were last year.
Talk about Malik Pope, and how do you expect him from that freshman to sophomore jump? How do you expect him to improve?
Well, I think it'll be huge. We brought Malik along very slowly, and I did that on the advice of 2 or 3 coaches that had tremendous players in the past. Galinsky Smith was one of the greatest running backs ever to come out of Sylacauga. And John Blackman coached him, and he said, hey, Coach, bring that guy along slow. Galinsky was not ready as a ninth grader. You might ruin him. So we played Malik defensively. He was our starting strong safety. And by the last couple of games of the year, we started easing him in. And we got in a Mumford game, which was a dogfight. It was a very close game. We're walking off at halftime, and I remember telling the staff, I said, I want him in. It's time. Put him in. If we're going to win with him, we're going to win with him. If we're going to get beat, we're going to get beat with him on the field going both ways. Made a tremendous difference. And then he just ran wild against Jasper. On a dry field, he'd have had 300 yards rushing. I think he had 250 that night. So, and with Ridgeway already being as good as he is, we're looking forward to those 2 running backs.
Coach, you were talking about him having to go both ways. How are you on depth? You're going to have Taylor going both ways and on the line. How does your depth look at those positions?
Well, there's our depth up front is very good. We've got a Jordan Pearson. We've got a Christian Twyman. We've got a young Hudson Hodges, a young Jake. We've got some linemen for the first time. We're big up front, and we've got some depth there. You're a little thin. We're a little thin at our corner DB situation. We think our depth is very good at running back. The 2 that I've mentioned, plus Journey Stockdale got a lot of reps last year. Caleb Burns, who did not play last year but played as a ninth grader, is another backup. That's a quality. He'll be a starting outside linebacker. So we've got some depth at running back. We've got some depth up front. We're a little thin in the secondary, little thin at tight end, little thin at some receivers. But kids have to step up, and instead of getting all worked up that you're not the starter, you've got to realize I'm going to get some playing time because these guys are going to get tired. We've got to give them breaks during the year.
Talk about losing Matt Collier as the quarterback coach. What's that transition looking like?
Well, what it did is what Matt allowed me to do was to go back and coach running backs and let Matt coach the quarterbacks. I had coached Matt. I was coaching quarterbacks the whole time Coach Collier came through. And Coach Collier knew everything I wanted, and he knew the system. So what we've done is we've hired Anthony Jacks. Anthony will move. Coach Jacks will go to running backs, and I'll go back to quarterbacks. And but I tell you, losing Matt could run the offense sometimes and let me float as a head coach. Well, we're not going to have that luxury. So I have to be very, very focused now in practice offensively. And so the other coaches have to step up that slack that I can't necessarily float and keep an eye on everything.
Coach, you mentioned Jack's or JD being a true quarterback, and your number 1 receiver from last year, or one of your fastest receivers last year, Quay Taylor graduated. Who will be in the mix to kind of replace him in the offense?
I think you'll see a mixture. I think you'll see a Keandre Pearson. I think you'll see a Tim Stallworth. I think you'll see Luke Vincent, who's our starting free safety. You'll see a Colton Hardeman at tight end. You'll see a Torrey Harris at tight end. Malik Wyckoff, along with Dontarius Ware, will both be at Z. And then maybe some younger kids to step up. But we don't have just blazing speed at the receiver, but we got good quality kids that run good routes. They're very good blockers. And, the biggest thing they've got to do is when we throw it, they've got to catch it. We can't have a lot of drop balls. That was one of the reasons of doing 7-on-7 so much this year is to be able for them to get a feel. I mean, we have never thrown the ball as much as we've thrown this summer to get our kids ready for it. It's our philosophy, as much as we run the option, as much as we love to run the football, when we can throw for over 1,000 yards, we put you in a bind. You know, because people aren't used to us being able to throw consistently. And I think it's almost impossible to stop an offense that's a very good triple option offense that can throw the football when they want to. It's just hard to teach both. You know, and right now, since JD's been in the system so much, he runs the option very well, and we're throwing very well right now. So it's got our staff excited right now offensively.
What's the expectation for the team this year heading into the season?
You know, it's always this. It's always winning seasons. It's always getting the playoffs, and then you just take it one game at a time once you get in the playoffs. You know, that's what we do. You know, now I will say this, after 12 years of not having a losing season, we're very disappointed if we don't win 7 or more. I mean, that would be a disappointing season to us. Now, a lot of folks want to be 5-5 or 6-4 this, but we're aiming for more than 7 or 8 wins. We want to get in that first, we want to get out of that first round, and we want to make some noise in the state.
I have 2 questions for JD. Number 1, are you related to Bailey DeLoach? Anyway?
No, sir, I'm not.
He was a tremendous quarterback, I think.
He was.
But number 2, what are you looking forward to with your chance to shine and lead this team and keep that 7 wins or better season streak going for these guys?
I think that's really what I'm looking forward to most, you know, is just, you know, playing with all these guys beside me and our 2 running backs and all our receivers, and, you know, keep on winning and get out of the first round and play 1 game at a time and make some noise.
Taylor, I'd like to ask you, how do you guys approach your conditioning and staying in the swing of things in the off-season when it's been so hot, and it'd be very easy to stay in the house and in the air conditioner and play PlayStation instead of getting out there and working? How do you maintain your routine?
I mean, football's not an easy sport. It's not for everybody. You just gotta, you know, if you truly love the sport, you'll do anything that it takes. So, and we, as a team, you know, we truly believe that. You know, we don't take a rep off, or we don't, you know, not skip that line. You know, we always go the extra mile and do what we can do because we want to be the best.
Well, Darren, how important is it, though, to stay in a routine of working out, running, doing whatever you got to do in the heat during the summer so you can be ready when fall practice gets here?
I mean, us older guys have to step up and be leaders to show, like, you gotta, if you want to win, you gotta be able to put in the work and fulfill the needs that need to be done. And it's good to stay in that routine. So, like, say it's a close game, 4th quarter, 5 minutes left. Who has the extra go get it in order to win a football game in those late moments of a game?
How tough is it when you have to put on pads and it's 90 degrees outside and you gotta go practice in the afternoons?
All I can tell them to drink a lot of water. Make sure you hydrated.
You don't have the easiest head coach to play for either.
Coach, Cole Porch, is he coming back as a kicker this
He
year?
is. He is.
What are you looking forward to the most in his development? Last year was his first season. He had to replace Riley Keith, you guys. How well did he do last year, and what are you looking forward to?
Well, I tell you, you know, we ran into Cole when Riley graduated. We were in spring training, and we had a kid that had come out, and for 3 days he is kicking it like you've never seen. And he walks up to me in parking lot duty on the 4th day and says, "Coach, I don't want to play." You know, you run into that a lot as a head coach with football. I mean, a lot of kids, it's a lot of work. And so I went to the soccer team. And I said, "Guys, we need a kicker. We need a kicker." Couldn't get, and I finally, Cole was the son of a teacher. He's a great baseball player. And he said, "Coach, I'll come kick with you." I said, "Well, come on. You ain't got to be in pads. Let me see you kick." And that's how we got Cole kicking. He just came out one day and started kicking. And his development from then to now, because of his leg strength, I mean, we fully expect Cole to be able to almost put it in the end zone almost every time on a kickoff. That's how strong his legs gotten. And I tell you, a kicker's a weapon when you're consistently never missing extra points. And you know once you get that ball maybe inside the 30 to the 25, that you're going to come away with some points. It lets you free will with your play calling. That you know, okay, I'm here, I'm going for this touchdown, knowing in the back of my mind, we're going to come away with points. Because that's what you've got to do. You've got to come away with points when you get in that red zone, whether it's 6, whether it's 3. And that's what Cole brings to the table. And I'll tell you what, Cole's an intense little guy now. He's an intense. If you ever watched him pitch, you know, he's that guy striking them out and telling you to sit down. You know, and I like that. I like when he goes up for a kick, he fully expects that he's going to get that ball in. He could probably play linebacker if he wanted to. He's got that mentality.
You've got so many guys on the team that play multiple sports.
Yeah, and I love it. I love it. If anybody's watching, not to interrupt you, let me tell you something. It is a battle in this state and across the nation of kids choosing one sport. And I'm telling you, I use Charlie Ward for an example. There's a guy that won the Heisman Trophy in football and played, what, a decade in the NBA? Why in the world would you have your kid play one sport when that's not the way to get there? You know, when LeBron James was an all-state football player, let a kid play multiple sports. I've never seen the trend that we're seeing now in high school of kids trying to specialize. What you're seeing in the baseball situation is Tommy John surgeries at 13 and 14 years old now because they're not resting during the fall. They're just going from spring ball to summer ball to travel ball, and a kid's not getting any rest. It's too much. So kids need to rest. Even if they don't want to play football, let your kid take a fall off and work with a personal trainer and lift weights, and rest his throwing arm. And I say this because Coach Savarese and all these medical doctors are down at the sports week. And they are preaching it, and they're running into a brick wall with parents because parents aren't listening. More is not better with a kid. Even in football, we take days and take days off with kids and let them rest. You know, so that's a trend. I love Sylacauga because we are multi-sport. If we're playing football, we got 14 to 16 baseball kids playing. You probably got a handful of 5 to 7 to 8 basketball kids that are playing. And it's the same way in multiple, but a lot of that has to do with how well our coaches get along. We get along very well, and listen, you're going to see me at baseball games, you're going to see basketball games, but you're going to see a basketball coach at a football game. You're going to see the baseball coach. I mean, there's a lot of support because at the end of the day, it's not football, and it's not basketball, it's not baseball, it's not soccer. It's Aggies versus everybody. And that's what we try to sell our kids is you're an Aggie. If we have a chess team, we want to whip somebody's chess team, you know, for our school. So, and that's where it is. Now, I know I interrupted you, and I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that was where I was going to go with it.
Yeah. So, we love multiple sport kids, and we encourage it a lot. And I tell you something, we want a 5A school and down will not survive without kids playing multiple sports. What you would see is one sport or 2 sports winning and nothing else winning. Now, if you look at Sylacauga last year, every single sports team made the playoffs. Every single one of them. That is what we want to stand for. We were very proud of that athletically.
Coach, talk about the region a little bit from top to bottom.
Well, you know what? You've got to put Clay Central's defending champ. I mean, Coach Horns played for 10. You know, and Hall of Famer, there's no doubt. And, you know, that's the team to beat. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Now, you know, they lost some front guys, but that's Clay Central. They're going to replace them. To me, the most talented team in the entire region is Center Point. And they're the great unknown. You know, people aren't talking about Center Point enough. We're glad that we play them at home. We feel we do things to put their kids in a bind, but a very athletic team. Very athletic team. Mortimer Jordan lost a lot up front, and they have changed their offense and defensive coordinators. They'll be a little bit in transition. You know, you've got us with the majority of our team back. You've got a brand new coach at Mumford. You've got a brand new coach at St. Clair County. You know, so there's unknowns there. You've got Springville in the region, and they just won a state championship in baseball. So my thing is this: if they can get their baseball kids playing football, then they know how to win. So, you know, from top to bottom, it's a tough region.
offense this year? You were primarily defense last year. What are you doing to prepare for that, for a bigger role?
I mean, it's the only thing for me is the different side of the ball. My mindset's still the same, just doing everything I can to help out the team.
And that's an old dog learning new tricks. I mean, that's, you know, we have always two platoon, but I tell you what, I sat there and I've watched Clay Central for the last 3, 4, 5 years, and I've watched other schools in 5A, and when it becomes important, they're playing their kids on both sides of the football to win. And it kind of went against our philosophy of we've never want our kids, besides some skilled kids, going both ways. And we made it a point, we made it a point in the offseason. I told the guys, I said, guys, we're going to put the best on the field, and then I want a best backup to rest a guy on one side or the other when we need to, so that he can finish a game. And I said, people are winning doing this, and this is where we're going to go. So we're going to see. We're going to see how it works for us, because that's a little new to us. We've always been a two platoon, but we are going to put our best on the field, and then hopefully have a quality backup on one side or the other, so we can rest them 5, 6 plays, then put them back in, and that's going to be our philosophy this year.
Okay, if there are no further questions, that wraps up the opening session of the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank. I want to thank Coach Griffith and the Sylacauga Aggies and wish them the best of luck this season. Up next, in about 5 minutes, we'll have the Talladega County Central High School Fighting Tigers.
Don't crack under the pressure of foundation issues. The certified specialists at Ox Foundation Solutions can permanently fix foundation problems at the best price guaranteed. And did you know, moisture and unsafe air from your crawl space can infiltrate your home, causing health hazards and high utility bills? Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
Get along on down the road, we got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
Huddle up and huddle in to the newly renovated, family-friendly, smoke-free Huddle House. Stop by and enjoy our new updated look on Highway 280 in Sylacauga. We have the same great food, and as always, you can enjoy any meal anytime, from breakfast to lunch to dinner, or even a midnight snack. Add one of our signature waffles to your meal for that ultimate dining experience.
Huddle up and huddle in.
That's right, ladies. Freshly remodeled and smoke-free, any meal anytime. Highway 280 in Sylacauga, it's the Huddle House. A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
Great. What am I going to do now?
Time to visit Brown's Auto Collision.
No problem at all. We've contacted your insurance company and we can get you back into original condition right away. And I just want to remind you that all of our work is covered by a lifetime warranty. We're done.
Wow, that was easy and looks great.
Brown's Auto Collision,
where quality is no accident.
Repeat after me. Apple, table, penny.
Apple, bread.
I remember watching Dad with the kids and thinking, geez, in 6 years, will he even know who they are?
Ask me again.
1 in 10 Americans over 65 has Alzheimer's disease. Learn more today at brightfocus.org.
Would like to welcome everyone back to the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, we have the Talladega County Central High School Fighting Tigers. Head coach Chris Mahan, who enters his 6th year in his 2nd stint there in Howells Cove. Representing the Tigers today, we have Takari Herring and Karan Phillips. Fighting Tigers compete in Class 1A, Region 5. They had a 4-7 record in 2018, lost in the first round of the playoffs to Falkville, and will open their 2019 campaign at Childersburg on August 30th.
Coach, just talk about summer and the young men that you brought with you.
Like always, the summer was productive. Numbers are going to be low this year, but we're going to compete and do what we do, being the Fighting Tigers we are. The two young men I brought with me is Takara Herring. He'll play offensive line and defensive line for me, and also as well offensive defensive line. Karan Phillips right here, two of my seniors. They've been playing with me since they've been freshmen, so I'm expecting a lot out of them, like I always of my seniors. For the most part, you know, when you got to have those senior leaders on the field to let you know what's going on as a coach, and I think I'll be able to depend on these two guys, like the guys I always bring with me for media day. Guys I'm going to depend on for the season, and these two guys won't be any different. I'm expecting a lot out of them, and I think they're going to be up for the challenge to give me what I need to have success this year.
Step low.
Mm-hmm.
How low? What's the number?
Well, we'll probably be at right around the 22-23 range. So they're going to be low, but we've never had big numbers at TC, but we're not going to use that as an excuse. You can only put 11 out there. As a coaching staff, we got to make sure our kids in shape and ready to compete. Like I tell them all the time, we're not the fighting kitty cats, we're the fighting tigers. So you're going to have some adversity sometimes, and football is the best life lesson teacher for stuff like that. So we can't, with the coaching staff and I are not going to use that for excuse, our numbers or our experience, because I don't want the kids to use it. We want the community and the school expecting us to put a good football team on the field, and that's what we're going to do, regardless of what our numbers are. So, you know, you might be out there with 30 or 40 without 22. I'm still going to put my 22 up against anybody team because they're going to be prepared to play and they're going to be ready to play. So we're not going to worry about our numbers. We're not going to worry about who's there, who's not there. We're just going to play some good football like we always do at TC.
Coach, new region last year, and I think when people went into the season, they didn't think all that much of the region, but a lot of strength showed into the playoffs.
Yes. I really do think that we have one of the most competitive regions in the North. You know, down south you have a lot of very good teams, but the winner from the 1A championship came from the North. So I think we have one of the most competitive regions around in the North, you know, with Spring Garden and Winterboro and Donahoe, and you know, you have some very good coach teams in that region. So it's not going to be any different this year. You know, those teams have a lot of returning starters, especially Spring Garden, the one that won the region last year. Winterboro, along with Donahoe, has a lot of their returning starters. So it's going to still be a strong region, and we're going to have to play some good football. We're going to have to continue to want the success that we've been having in the past. You know, it hasn't been like we wanted, you know, but it always don't pan out that way. But we just going to continue to work harder and see what we can do once we get there. But I do consider the region we're in to be one of the best in the North, from top to bottom.
How about your goals for the season, your expectations?
You know, the goals will remain the same. You know, if I didn't tell you that we're coaching and planning to try to win a state championship, any coach that tell you he's not coaching to win the regional state championship just need to get a game up. You know, does it always happen? No. You know, do you always win the number of games you want to win? No. But you got to instill in your kids, and they got to see that look in your eyes that regardless of what's going on, you expect to win the state championship. You lose all your stars offensively and defense, so you're going to coach to win the state championship, you know, whether it happens or not. So our goal is always to win the region, first of all, have a successful season, win the region, and definitely even try to win the state championship. I'm not going to tell my kids what they can't do. I need to get out of the game, or any coach need to get out of the game. You're going to tell your kids that. So I'm coaching my kids to win the state championship, and that's what we're coaching and playing for. Anything less, you know, we'll see what happens. But we're gonna take it for a successful season, win the region, and see if we can get something done in the state championship when we get there.
about your skills, Coach? I mean, I know you got to replace a running back.
We're replacing a lot. We're replacing several positions. We're not going to have a lot of experience this year. We're going to be young. Like I said, of course, the numbers, like I said, are going to be low. But we returned a couple of guys. Blexton Gamble ran the ball for us well last year. He's going to be our primary running back this year. I expect a lot out of him. He should be pretty fresh for us. I don't think, even with 22 guys, like I said, with TC, with 22 guys, I still have 3 or 4 skilled guys that won't be playing both ways. So we still going to have some talent. It's TC. We keep talent. I'm not going to lie to you. We just got to get it developed and ready to play. So some of the talent's going to be young, and some of the younger kids that we weren't expecting to have to play early, they're going to have to step up and play. Maybe even an 8th grader here or two. But I think they have the ability and the heart to get the job done. You know, maybe not in the primary position like at a quarterback or middle linebacker defensively, something like that, but they definitely have to come in and step in special team wise to try to get some of the guys that have to go both ways some rest. So basically, I got some young kids that's going to be really good in the future, but they're just going to have to step up and give some of my veteran kids some rest this year. So they're going to find themselves in the fire a little earlier than expected, but I fully believe they're going to have the ability to do what I need them to do offensively and defensively.
Quarterback.
No, my quarterback, Jafondre Davis, decided to transfer. So right now, we're going to be pretty much quarterback by committee. You know, he keep trying to get me to let him. but right now, it's going to be quarterback by committee. I have a couple of guys that's trying to step up and get it done. I had a couple of guys that I think still have athleticism that Jafondre or JD had that we had last year that I think we won't be missing. You know, for me to sit up here and tell you to lose your starting quarterback and one of the best athletes on the team, that just won't be truthful. You know, but you know, football is a team sport, and it's also not true that if you depend on one player to have some success, you're gonna find yourself in a hurt spot. So, you know, even though he left and he's one of our better athletes, he wasn't our own athlete and he wasn't the team. I'm not the team. These guys are not the team. That's the point of having a team. And I still think we'll put a pretty good team on the field if they continue to work hard and play together. So we just going to persevere and go on and move forward what we have with the guys that's working hard and want to be there and there now, and we just going to continue to work.
I mean, guys, just talk about the work you put in to prepare for a season. 22 guys, you guys are going to have to be in great condition for the season.
Yeah, that's why we come to workouts every day, lift weights, run every day, to make sure that we all be prepared for the season.
You just gotta grind don't stop, work don't stop.
Coach, when you're trying to process what I was going to say. Okay, in 2017, y'all went to y'all were second in the region. You hosted a home game,
yes.
Playoff game. Then last year things shifted back. You had to go on the road a little bit, play against Faultville. But when you went there, the kids gave them a good first half of football. You were competitive. Just talk about the lessons learned. What are you going to take away from that playoff game and apply towards this season?
Well, the last 2 years we ran up a couple times against Mapleville, then Faultville. You know, that's just not a team you want to be the first round playoff and see is Maplesville. But Faultville ended up winning the region last year, and we ended up playing them in the first round. Like you said before, our kids played really hard in that first round. Once again, a depth issue got to us a little bit, you know, with injuries. Like the week before, I ended up losing my starting quarter. Well, really, he starts at the end of the season. My starting quarterback, Jalen Swain, ended up losing him, and my starting middle linebacker. You know, and it really hurt me defensively because he really was that guy that could tell me every single thing that was going on that field. Usually by Tuesday, you know, the really big work week, you know, he already knew what the game plan was and who we need to stop and what adjustments need to be made, and he had that ability to come out the field and tell me that. So that hurt. That really hurt going into that first round of playoffs. I just truly believe we had that weapon in the arsenal, I think it'd have been a different result the way the kids fought and played Faulkville in that first round. I mean, that first round being the 1 seed. Like I said before, I think 3 teams out of that came out of that first round of ours. I think we should have been the 4th. You know, we just had a bad breaker here. But that just goes back to tell you how strong our region is. But we hadn't played any weak teams in the first round. We called the second round seed a couple times, but you know, the experience factor of it is just anytime you get a chance to get an extra weekend to prepare the kids, you know, that's always helpful. You know, you don't want to put your equipment up too early. So anytime you just get a chance to play an extra game is helpful. You know, these kids work hard to get to the position they're in, and to have that playoff game as a bonus, it's just an extra feather in the hat to have.
Coach, talk about your region a little bit. I mean, from top to bottom, any of the 4 spots are going to be hard to come by.
You're definitely right. Like I said before, you know, I say it again. I believe, I'm not just saying this because I'm in front of the cameras or in front of you all. I just believe top to bottom, we do have the strongest region in the North. You know, you maybe have a couple of teams that might have more depth or more talent, but from top to bottom, I do believe it's almost like the SEC. You know, you might have a player here or there in the country that's a little bit better, but that region, that area is going to be kind of tough. So, you know, from Spring Garden, like I said, Spring Garden had a freshman and sophomore team. They ended up winning the region last year. I think they're going to return. I ain't no thinking. I know they're pretty much returning every last one of their skilled guys. I think they're losing 1 lineman. They got everybody coming back. Their quarterback was a freshman, so he was dangerous. A running back was a sophomore, so he's going to be dangerous for a while. So he's pretty much loaded. I know Coach Howard wanted me to tell you that, but he's loaded. I'm gonna put the pressure on his back. But with Winterboro as well, they returned a lot of guys offensively and defensively. Donahoe is really well coached. I've been admiring him for a long time. He's a really good coach, and he always have his guys ready to play. Victory Christian, they always gonna play you tough. You know, they always have a skilled guy here or there that is very dangerous. That if you don't contain, then he's gonna end up hurting you. So Appalachian as well. You know, you might look at Appalachian record and you say, well, they're very good, but they're gonna play you tough. And if you don't come prepared to win that game, they're gonna get you. I'm sure the guys here, they have pretty much the biggest team in the region, I think, you know, size-wise. They're huge. Appalachian is huge, and they usually have some pretty good numbers. So, you know, from top to bottom, I think we have a strong region, and we're going to continue to play football. Nobody's going to feel sorry for us in our region that we got 22 guys, because other teams that faced that in our region before, not Spring Garden, but Victor Christian had that problem. They had low numbers last year, but they had a pretty successful season. So nobody's going to cry over us because our numbers are low, so that's why I'm not going to let our kids cry over it. And the coaching staff ain't going to harp on it. Either we're going to put a good football team on there or we're not. And if we don't, it ain't going to be because of the numbers or experience, but because we as a coaching staff didn't do our job. So we're not going to let the kids harp on that, and we're not going to harp on the coaching staff. We're just going to play some football.
Coach, when you set up for the trying to make one of the playoff spots, can you talk about how important it is to try to get either that first or second spot so you get that first game at home in November?
It's always good if you can get the opportunity to play at home in front of your fans. You know, you don't have to travel, give you a little extra preparation time. But anytime you get in the playoffs, whatever seed you are, it's a blessing. You know, you at the end of the season, you have a lot of teams sitting at home. So, of course, everybody's goal is to win the region. That's everybody's goal. But if you get the opportunity to make the playoffs, then it was a blessing. It's nothing to sneeze at. Because there'll be a lot of teams sitting at home while you're playing in that week 11 watching you play. So that's what I preach to the kids. You know, anything can happen when you get into that first round. You know, if you don't make it, then you don't have opportunity to play for a state championship. So it don't matter if you're the 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed, or the 4 seed. As long as you won them seeds, you have opportunity to still play and maybe compete for a state championship. So that's our main goal. Okay, we definitely, like I said, we're going to prepare to win the region, but as long as we're in that playoff mix, that'll be fine with us, and we'll make it happen from there.
Coach, the meat of your schedule, you have 4 games and 3 of the teams you have mentioned predominantly in Spring Garden and Donahoe and Winterboro sandwiched around a non-region game, but middle of the season, talk about that.
Yeah, that's always a tough stretch for us, you know. We're having, we're going to hope and pray that we keep injuries down. You know, you're always going to have, I tell my kids all the time, if you can't play bumped up and bruised, you're playing the wrong sport. So they're going to have to play bumped up and bruised a little bit. I think they're going to be tough enough to do that. That stretch with, my God, with Donahoe and Spring Garden and Winterboro, and open up the second region game. I forget about Raglan. Don't ask me how, but Raglan continue to play good football. So that's definitely going to have to be a game we're going to have. But that stretch of that part of the season is really rough. I just hope we have the opportunity to go on that stretch healthy. You know, that's going to be a tough stretch for us. We open up, go with Winterboro, then we're going with Spring Garden, then we're coming back with Donahoe, the teams that was 1, 2, 3 in the region. So that's definitely going to be a hard stretch for us. If we can come out there on top, 2 and 3 or 3 and 0, we're going to have ourselves sort of pretty good to have some success in the season. And I believe these guys are capable of doing it. All they got to do is just buy into the system and believe in themselves. I think I find myself sometimes believing in them more than they believe in themselves. So that's just something I got to push to make sure they understand that talent-wise, regardless, we're going to be able to compete with anyone. You know, usually it's going to boil down to injuries and who makes the least amount of mistakes. I tell my friend all the time, Mr. Young right there, that he asks me, it's almost like a universal thing when I tell him it's going to boil down to the people that make the least amount of mistakes and execute. So as long as these kids continue to believe in the system and continue to work hard, I think we'll have some success, even though that region is going to be pretty tough in that stretch.
If there are no further questions, that will wrap up the Talladega County Central High School Fighting Tigers portion of the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama. Next up, Lincoln High School.
Don't crack under the pressure of foundation issues. The certified specialists at Ox Foundation Solutions can permanently fix foundation problems at the best price, guaranteed. And did you know, moisture and unsafe air from your crawl space can infiltrate your home, causing health hazards and high utility bills? Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
The USS Alabama is a World War II-era battleship that first served in the Atlantic Theater, but was better known for helping to take Japanese-held islands in the Pacific between 1943 and 1945. During the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the Alabama's state-of-the-art radar alerted the fleet to incoming aircraft, providing the Americans enough time to scramble fighters and decimate the attacking force. Later, the Alabama served during the Battle of Leyte Gulf and anchored in Tokyo Bay to unload Allied occupation forces. In 1964, the state of Alabama took possession of the battleship. Alabama school children raised $100,000 in nickels and dimes to help bring the ship to Mobile and create Battleship Memorial Park. The park features the Alabama, the World War II-era submarine USS Drum, and an American military aircraft collection. Battleship Memorial Park is one of the state's most visited attractions.
Singer Percy Sledge was one of the most identifiable voices in the genre of country soul, which emerged from Muscle Shoals in the mid-1960s. In 1966, Sledge recorded his most iconic song, When a Man Loves a Woman. The song topped Billboard's Top 100 for 16 weeks. Percy Sledge's career spanned 5 decades. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2005.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Call a local company you can trust. Ox Foundation Solutions. We use the most advanced water management system to stop water from invading your basement for good. Things feeling a little uneven at home? Ox Foundation Solutions will fix your uneven concrete sidewalk, driveway, or basement in no time. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
Get along on down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
They gave me Vicodin after my knee surgery. They kept prescribing it, so I kept taking it. I didn't know it would be this addictive. I didn't know how far I'd go to get more.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
Welcome everyone back to the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, we have the Lincoln High School Golden Bears. Head coach Matt Zedeker enters his 3rd year at the helm. Players reps for the Golden Bears today, we have Cam Reynolds, Javion Searles, and Stephen White. In 2018, the Lincoln High School Golden Bears won the 4A Class Region 4 title, went 7-4, made the playoffs, lost in the first round. They opened the season at Southside on August the 23rd.
Coach, just talk about your summer and the guys that's brought with you today.
To my left, Javion Searles, our starting quarterback, Talladega County Player of the Year last year, and our region Offensive Player of the Year. To the right, I got Cam Reynolds, plays defensive back for us, and running back was all-state strong safety last year in 4A. And next to him is Stephen White, plays defensive end for us and offensive tackle. And that's the 3 we brought. Having a really good summer, working extremely hard. You know, just guys are showing up, they're getting there, we're working, and understand that, you know, we got to work a little bit harder this year because, you know, we're going to have a target on our back. We're not going to slide by anybody this year. We come out with 1-9 season. The year before, we kind of snuck up on some folks and kind of going from the hunter to the hunted now. So that's kind of been our mantra this year, to make sure that we're outworking everybody else because we know we're going to get everybody's best game.
Talk about your goals and expectations for this season.
Go further. You know, last year we talked a lot about finishing the 4th quarter. We did that a lot in the games, but we didn't finish in the 4th quarter of our season. You know, we lost game 10 against Montevallo, kind of limped into the playoffs, and they're just really not real satisfied with the way we ended. You know, got beat in the first round, 2.6 seconds left to go in the game. 4th down, ball on the 2-yard line. We needed one more play. We didn't make it. And so, you know, that's kind of been our calling card this offseason, the entire offseason, knowing, you know, we want to take that next step. We want to defend the region title, try to win the region title again. It's going to be very difficult. Got a lot of very good teams in that region, in our region, but you know they got to come through us first, and then take that next step. We know when you're 1 seed playing a 4 seed in the first round of the playoffs, you know you need to try to win that game. You're at home, and so that's just kind of what we've been talking about and what we're working towards. And so our expectations is to have a better record than last year and see if we can go a little deeper in the playoffs.
You got that man back towards ACL last, but against Montevallo.
Yep. First series. Yep.
Talk about having him back healthy.
Well, just I call him Cyborg. I mean, it's the most amazing thing I've seen. He had surgery, you know, and did all his rehab. It was back in about three months. You know, 2 weeks after his surgery, I had to go in there and snatch him out of the gym. He's trying to dunk basketballs and stuff, and I made his mama put the doctor on the phone with me. I couldn't believe he was cleared, but just an unbelievable athlete. You know, unbelievably genetically, obviously the way he recovers. Back full speed. Held him out of contact during the spring game, but you know, Javion's had an excellent summer for us, 7-on-7, and just in our regular camp, and got a lot of expectations for him this year.
What are your expectations?
What are they? Doubled his numbers from last year. Continue to improve on his accolades, and be the offensive leader for our offense, and be a captain and a leader in our locker room, lead by example, and go do what he does. You know, he's a threat at every time, every minute he touches the ball, and we're going to rely on him a lot.
Steady improvement from year to year. You're in year 3 now, and it was a massive jump last year. What would you point to as the key for this team to continue to improve?
This year, well, it's just, you know, every year is a different makeup. You know, it's about our chemistry, about getting this team to gel together. The foundation was laid really well last year for us. You know, we had an unbelievable senior class that had a lot of leadership that showed the way. You know, our motto last year was ball, building a Lincoln legacy, and that's kind of what we started. That's what we want to do here at Lincoln. And with this group here, you know, now it's talking about let's take the next step. Let's not be that program that is good 1 year and we're not good for a couple of years. We want to become a consistent winning program that's successful year in and year out. But with that comes work. And so, you know, we probably doubled up what we did the year before in the weight room and in the off season. It's been extremely helpful that we've had, you know, both our offense and defense coordinators back. You know, the first 2 years we're in different systems, and so in the off season we were able to just add to our offense, add to our defense, and the familiarity of it. These guys knowing what we're doing and just building on it's really helped us in the off season. So we'll see how it shakes out once the season starts.
What do you like about your team?
What I like is we're a veteran team. You know, we basically lost three guys off defense. We lost 3 starters off offense, so we got a lot of people back. Strength-wise, I think our defensive front is going to be extremely good this year. We got basically everybody back except for one from last year and added a lot of depth. Our linebacker core is still good. We got two very good linebackers back from 3 that we started last year, and basically our secondary is intact well. Offensively, we got a lot of weapons. You know, we're not a one-dimensional team. We got a lot of people in receiver, Brian Garrett, that we can put out, Trey Garrett we can put out, Cam running the ball, you know, Javion out there. We got a stable of running backs, and so probably the thing that's probably the unknown right now is our offensive line. We're having to replace about 3 guys right there, but we got some probably one of the larger offensive lines that we've seen that Lincoln's had in a while. So they're going to have to come together really quick before we get into region play. But you know, just a veteran squad and see what kind of senior leadership is going to lead us out there on the team.
Silicaga was in here just a couple of moments ago, and I know you added Matt Collier to the baseball staff. This may not be a football question, but I'm curious about what he brings to the athletics program.
Well, he's a tremendous coach. You know, I actually coached Matt at Silicaga when he was there and I was there. You know, he's going to do an outstanding job for our baseball program. Very knowledgeable of the game. He's a baseball guy, but selfishly, when I hired him, I knew I was hiring an outstanding quarterback coach as well. So he's coaching our quarterbacks. He's coaching Javion and Jack Porch, our other quarterback, Gavin Hobbs right now, and he's just a very young, hungry coach that just adds to our already really good coaching staff. So we're excited to have him in.
How are you responding to the coaching?
Right now, I like it. It don't get no better than that.
Coach, earlier you had a chance to talk about what Javion brings to the table with his athleticism, but I want to talk a little bit about the guy to your other side, Cam Reynolds. He seems like a highlight reel on both sides of the ball. Had that 99-yard touchdown against Munford, and in the secondary, he gives y'all a lot. Just talk about what kind of impact he makes for you.
First off, Cam's just a tremendous student of the game. Studies football a lot, studies high school football a lot. He knows the recruiting trail. He, you know, goes all through the colleges and really hones in not only with us but in his own time in his skill, his footwork, his defensive back skill. in his running back skill. Very knowledgeable on the field. He's almost like having another coach out there for us. I would call him our quarterback of our defense. He sits back there and gets everything set. Always seems to be in the right spot. And then last year, you know, he was our backup running back and ran for over 800 yards. So, you know, he don't come off the field very much. What he brings to the table is just a lot of knowledge, a lot of leadership, and he makes plays. That's what you want. Very fortunate to have.
Coach, I've got a couple for you to address. Of course, we saw you in the spring game without your quarterback, but it looked like you guys pretty much threw the ball at will. Is that going to be more of what we see from you this year? And then also address the fact that most of us think you're probably headed to 5A after this year. Is there a sense of urgency to try to get something done this year?
Yeah, to answer your first question, our backup quarterback, we really didn't have a backup quarterback last year. Jack Porch was a freshman last year. He was our backup quarterback. And so in the first round playoff game, he just wasn't ready. When Javion went down, we actually put Cam back there. And so Jack has really developed into that backup role. He's had an excellent offseason. He throws the ball extremely well, and without giving anything away, there'll probably be some packages where we bring him in and we use Javion as an athlete. What a lot of people don't understand about Javion is he's an exceptional defensive back as well. We play him at corner. He's been going a lot of camps this summer, so we can flip him on both sides of the ball. And so that's a very nice luxury we have having a very good backup quarterback. To answer your second question about going to 5A, what I can tell you that is we're preparing for 5A. The majority of my career was coaching in 5A. With that said, we've got about 90 players out right now from 9th grade to our senior class. So we're getting our numbers ready. Last time we were in 5A, my first year, we ended the season with 38 kids. And so one, building depth to get ready for us for 5A, but that's next year. So yes, there is a sense of urgency in this region, and in 4A, we feel like we got 5A athletes in 4A right now. So you know, we're going to get all we can get right now in 4A and see how far we can go.
Coach, talk about your region and the president in 4A this year. Talk about the teams that you're going to be facing and the region strength overall. Yeah,
I think it's it's a tremendous challenge to try to run that gamut again. Every team's going to be improved for the most part. You got a hopeful team that we got beat by that's coming back. They got a tremendous quarterback that's getting recruited by everybody. We get them at home though. Childersburg's always going to be well coached and play really well. Coach Beverly does a great job with them down there, and that's kind of a little rivalry. That's an in-county team. Elmore County, I know they lost that big beast of a running back they had last year, but again, a really well-coached team, and that's a tough place to play in. We got to go down there this year. Leeds, with their new coach, who's a Hall of Famer right there. We know that'll be a different team, and we keep up with them a little bit in their off season, so that'll be our first region game. And then, really what we're thinking is probably the best team in the region is Handley. And, with all the athletes they have coming back, they got a 4-star, their running back's tremendous. Coach Strain does an outstanding job with them. We got to go down there in a hostile environment. And and those are probably some of the best teams in our region that we got to deal with without leaving anybody else out. So it's going to be a tremendous challenge, but, they got to play us too, and so we respect everybody we play. We're going to give them our best shot that we got, but, at the end of the day, they got to play us too. And so we feel like we're going to have to be some road warriors this year because we got a lot of tough games on the road this year. So it's a good region. I think it'll be really good. Talladega is the unknown. They're loaded as well. They got their new coach coming in, so that's going to be a tough game on the road as well. So it's a tough region, and we'll see how it shakes out.
Coach, to follow up on that tough region, from a fan standpoint, it was also very entertaining last year. We got so much for some of the teams playing, but you talk about consistency and the veterans. So going forward, how does that make a difference as you look over the schedule?
As far as
the consistency and the veterans coming back, are we going to see the same type of mix in the region in those same games?
We hope not. We hope we got a substantial lead in the fourth quarter. But yeah, I think the fact that we won a lot of those games in tight, a tight game at the end of the fourth quarter, obviously that experience is going to help. You know, these guys have been building to this point, this senior class, to get to this point where they could be the leaders of this team. So we'll rely on them a lot with their playing experience and whatnot. But it'll be tough. You know, we're just going to have to stay consistent with what we do. You know, run our offense the way we do, fly around the ball on defense, and you know, and put our best product on the field every Friday night.
Coach, for the first time in 6 years, Lincoln will have a different kicker out there.
Yeah.
Handling field goals. How has your replacement kicker developed? Tell us who that is and what he's shown you this summer.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, Nick Pope, you don't replace. He was one of the best kickers in the state, in my opinion. He's going to be playing at Shorter University this fall. But what we did is we got a tremendous soccer program at Lincoln. So we went and got a guy named Davis Malone. We call him Shaggy. Sent him about 3 camps this year. Got a tremendously strong leg. And listen, we're going to be okay. He's very consistent from about 35 in. He's not going to put the ball in the back of the end zone like Nick did, but he can punt. You know, we'll change our kickoff style a little while, but we feel very confident with Shaggy back there with what we can do. Absolutely.
You seem to be really excited about your defense. One word, sum it up.
Nasty. Yeah, we get to the ball. Coach Mansfield, our defensive corner, does a tremendous job with effort, with pursuit, with just the nastiness we want to bring. We want to be known as one of the hardest hitting teams in the county, and Coach Mansfield preaches that all the time. You know, we're a very fast defense. We're going to put our athletes out there on the field. We're going to get on the field and get to the ball, and so I'm a defensive guy too. You know, so that was kind of our calling card. Our defense kept us in games a lot last year until our offense got rolling and our offense did it. But I'd say nasty is what we want to be.
Question to any of the players, new road jerseys, what do y'all think about it?
Swag. New drip.
It's nice.
Yeah. Still got to play though. Still football. It's just new jersey.
All right, this is for all 4 of you guys. Coach mentioned finishing at the beginning and how that is with every rep and every game. For the players, we'll start with all 3 of the players and then Coach will finish up. What does that mean for you, and then what are some of the things you're going to incorporate as you start the ball camp? Let's start with Steve.
Oh, it means that I know Coach was talking about 2.6 seconds. He was bringing it to our minds every day in some workouts whenever we do conditioning, just have that thought in the back of our head to keep pushing to get to the point that we need to be as a team. So it means a lot to me.
Yeah, really it's just a mentality. You just got to be, you can't come out and play the first 2 quarters and then give up on the game. You have to finish out the game, and that's what we didn't do. We finished a lot of games last year in our season, but you know, you can't let up on one. It's 15-game season. That's what we've been preaching, 15-game season. And we're going to have a tough year this year, a tough season. So the 4th quarter, it's going to be a lot of tight games. Everybody in the region is going to be hard. No easy games. You go in, it's a fresh year. Go in thinking about just that 4th quarter mentality, finishing through the game, not just starting, you got to finish.
Well, they said it all. Like 2.6 seconds. I mean, we've been working hard, so.
Yeah, just finish. We got to finish the season. You know, we finished a lot of games, but now we're at the outlook of the season's a game too. You know, the first part of the season be your first 4 games. You know, it's your first quarter, and then so on the second quarter, and so hopefully when we get in the 4th quarter of the season, we're pretty deep in the playoffs. We've changed some things around our summer workouts to hopefully allow our legs to be a little more fresh. We gave a little more time off than we're used to. Started a little later in the summer, and did a lot of research on that. We're hoping that gives us a lot of legs back later in the season, so we're still fresh. And then just having a veteran squad with more kids that have been added to the team is going to allow us to, you know, for instance, for the first time since I've been here, we're going to be able to platoon a little bit with our line. You know, offensively, we'd come off the field and we'd go sit in the chairs and try to make adjustments, and there's 2 kids sitting there because everybody else is still, you know, flipped over and playing defense. And so we're looking forward to that, to be able to make adjustments and just have more depth, and which will allow us to finish better.
Coach, you talked about earlier in the session about having a target on your back this year with the success that you had last year. obviously, expectations from your fan base, media expectations are high for this team and this program. Are those expectations higher, or are the expectations you put on yourselves higher, do you think?
Well, listen, when you have a season like we had last year, the expectations are higher. You know, they expect when they see these young men up here and the other excellent athletes we have, the expectations are for us to be a good football team. So we've preached that a lot to our players. We can't live and base everything this year on this success we had last year, because if we do, that's where we're going to be. We're going to be sitting in the past. And so they've really bought into that, you know, we are going to get everybody's best game now. You know, everybody, you know, we holler teams' names when we do certain drills. There's teams on their summer workout programs now that are hollering Lincoln. You know, so there's not going to be no sneaking up on people, and I think they really understand that and have doubled their work up this summer to know we're not going to sneak up on anybody. We're going to get everybody's best game.
Coach, talk a little bit about what the culture is in the community right now. I mean, to go from 1-9 to region champions in your second year, and now the expectations of this year. And the players can answer this as well. What's it like in town now?
It feels good because it's like it came from, at one point everybody was doubting us that we was gonna be the same team that we was in the recent when we went 1-9, but just to have a comeback year as we have this year, the past season, it was amazing.
For me, I can't really speak on what they saying about the 1-9 season because I wasn't here during that season, but for me, it's been really good. Like the community is behind me, community is behind our team, behind us. They support us in our games. You go out in the community, for instance, you go out in the community and sell a bear card, they don't mind buying it. They love coming to the game and just supporting us. So I really think that's a big deal. A lot of people don't understand that a community behind you just makes you feel good, and play better, really.
As Steven said, as they doubted us. I mean, like, that's all you would hear is y'all not like the rest. Y'all not gonna make it nowhere. And so our mindset coming into workout, we put in work, and we grind, and it changed.
And listen, the community's extremely excited. Let me tell you something. Lincoln's a very rich athletic community. They're very proud of their football teams. They're very proud of all of their teams. You know, there's been really good football in Lincoln, and our job is to make that good football consistent year in and year out, and that's what we're going for. You know, I'll tell you that the biggest thing I love about Lincoln is people from Lincoln love Lincoln. You know, a lot of communities that I've been around, kids graduate, they go off to school, they go off to work, and they don't come back. Lincoln folks love to come back and raise their kids in their hometown. They love going to Keith Howard Memorial Stadium on Friday nights and watching what the product's going to be on the field. And so what we did last year just made a proud community a little more proud, and so now they're very excited for what we got coming this year. So again, going back to expectations, we're playing for this community big time.
I would imagine it's better to have them than not have them.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's right.
Okay, if there are no further questions from the media, we'd like to thank Coach Zedeker and his player representatives that are here today. Next up, at Talladega County Coach Association's 8th Annual High School Football Media Day will be the Winterboro High School Bulldogs.
Don't crack under the pressure of foundation issues. The certified specialists at Ox Foundation Solutions can permanently fix foundation problems at the best price guaranteed. And did you know, moisture and unsafe air from your crawl space can infiltrate your home, causing health hazards and high utility bills? Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
The USS Alabama is a World War II-era battleship that first served in the Atlantic Theater, but was better known for helping to take Japanese-held islands in the Pacific between 1943 and 1945. During the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the Alabama's state-of-the-art radar alerted the fleet to incoming aircraft, providing the Americans enough time to scramble fighters and decimate the attacking force. Later, the Alabama served during the Battle of Leyte Gulf and anchored in Tokyo Bay to unload Allied occupation forces. In 1964, the state of Alabama took possession of the battleship. Alabama schoolchildren raised $100,000 in nickels and dimes to help bring the ship to Mobile and create Battleship Memorial Park. The park features the Alabama, the World War II-era submarine USS Drum, and an American military aircraft collection. Battleship Memorial Park is one of the state's most visited attractions.
Singer Percy Sledge was one of the most identifiable voices in the genre of country soul, which emerged from Muscle Shoals in the mid-1960s. In 1966, Sledge recorded his most iconic song, When a Man Loves a Woman. The song topped Billboard's Top 100 for 16 weeks. Percy Sledge's career spanned 5 decades. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2005.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Call a local company you can trust. Ox Foundation Solutions. We use the most advanced water management system to stop water from invading your basement for good. Things feeling a little uneven at home? Ox Foundation Solutions will fix your uneven concrete sidewalk, driveway, or basement in no time. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
Get along down the road, we got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
They gave me Vicodin after my knee surgery. They kept prescribing it, so I kept taking it. I didn't know it would be this addictive. I didn't know how far I'd go to get more.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. We're live here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, we have the Talladega High School Tigers. Head coach Shannon Felder. Representing the Tigers today, we have Nigel Scales, DeCorian Wilson, and Peter Whitworth. The Tigers compete in Class 4A Region 4. They're coming off a 5-6 2018 season where they made it to the playoffs for the second year in a row. They opened the season against Mumford at home on August the 30th.
Coach, welcome to Talladega. But talk about the last few days. I know it's been a busy few days and you got to hit the ground running. Just talk about how everything's been going.
Well, it's definitely been a busy time. Like I said, got voted in Tuesday and met with the guys and done a few things yesterday and basically done the same thing again today. So it's been a quick turnaround, but we've hit the ground running and hopefully we can get things going and, familiarize myself with the players, with the community, and with the coaches. So it's been a busy time.
Coach, how much of your, philosophy and offensive schemes can you get installed in such a short time when you have to take schemes that have been being around and kind of build in with those?
Well, we're putting our system in. We're just kind of translating their terminology to our terminology. We may call one route one thing and they call it something else. So we're trying to teach them, our system. And we're going to try to do 3 or 4 plays a day with the terminology. And it's going to be a process, but it's necessary to put our system in because, trying to learn their system, at some point it's going to end up hurting us. So we want to make sure that we're doing the things that we're familiar with, teaching those things to the guys. We're going to move at a pace, that at whatever pace that they allow us, their learning curve allows us to do. But we're going to put our stuff in, and we put a little bit at a time, and we'll probably be putting some stuff in even as the season goes on.
Coach, there are a few coaches that have gone through what you're going through right now, and that's having to come in and take over on such a short notice and play in a matter of a month. Can you talk about really, for those of us that aren't coaches that don't know what that's like, can you give us an idea of just how hard it is?
Well, again, I got the job Tuesday. We were putting the plan together Tuesday as far as, how we were going to implement our offensive system, defensive system, what we were going to try to get done on a day-to-day basis. One of the things I told the guys is that the fans don't care if I got hired an hour before the first game. The only thing they're going to care about at the end of the day is, that we win, or we're going to make the playoffs. So, we've got a plan together. We're going to work the plan, and it won't be any excuses at the end of the season.
For the players, just talk about how everything's been going. You got to hit the ground, you got to learn different things. But just talk about how the last few weeks been for you guys.
Last few weeks have been, it's just been crazy for real. Like just as much as the coaches, they've been through stuff, we've been through stuff, learning new stuff. We gotta really try to forget some of the stuff and try to put some new stuff in, but it's been a task and we're handling it very good right now, so I believe we can do it.
Yeah, for everybody who been there before the new coaches came in, Coach Felder and all them, the players, we just need to lock in and just focus. And every day when we go to practice, we need to just focus on learning the new system so we'll be ready for the first game.
We just got to come in every day and work hard and make sure that we learn all these new plays and all the new terminology, and we'll be all right.
For the guys' mindset doesn't change. You guys still hungry and just trying to take that next step, right?
Oh, well, it definitely makes us even more hungry. When he had told you he was leaving, it's we know we want him to stay a little bit, but he said he got to go, so he got to go. So now we had to get on the ground and run. And Coach Felder came in, and now, we're grateful for Coach Felder, and we're even more hungry than we was before. So now we're ready to get this thing going on.
Being leaders, how did you guys just control everything? You just try to keep everybody keep on pushing and working hard through it, or?
you still got to have the same mindset. It don't matter, like, what's going on the outside, because we still going to be the only ones playing on Friday night. So it don't matter what's going on with the coaching staff and everything. We still need to focus on what we got to do so we can get it done.
For the players, what's your determination level given what happened with Coach Darby and now having Coach Felder in on such a short notice? You know, the program had kind of turned the corner the last couple of years. You guys have made the playoffs. You've been respectable again. What's the determination level to keep it going in that direction?
I feel like the situation with Coach Darby has been our review right now. We got to keep on going with Coach Felder, and then our determination level has went up, basically. Like, it's went up to another level. Everybody is hungry in the weight room, working very good in the weight room, working very good on the practice field. We maxed out this week. Everybody had great maxes. So, I mean, our determination is very well. Like, we're ready for this thing to keep on going, and we're going to be all right.
Coach Felder, you were talking earlier, you kept saying we're putting in our plan, we're putting in our terminology. Did you bring anybody with you from Sumter Central, or are you basically working with the same staff that's in place?
Well, we have basically the same staff that's already been in place. I did bring Paul Farlow with me. Paul Farlow has been coaching with me since I was at Donahoe. And so we've been running the same stuff on offense for a lot of years. So, bringing Paul in is going to help me because, he's going to call the plays on offense. We've always worked together with that stuff. So it allows both of us to, to talk to and help teach the coaches, and then we all teach the players. So it's certainly a positive. You're bringing in another guy with a lot of head coaching experience that, we kind of bounce thoughts and ideas off each other. Paul and I put the plan together for what we were going to be doing and how we were going to try to do things based off of his experience and my head coach experience. So we think we've got a pretty good plan for our guys. We've been trying to work that plan. I'm excited to have him. I'm excited to be, to be the coach of these guys. These guys have been working really hard, and like they were saying, they've been through a lot too. For a long time, these guys didn't know who was going to be coaching them. I know that Coach Darby did an excellent job in turning the program around, changing the mindset of the guys, which has also changed the mindset of the community. These guys have made the playoff 2 years in a row. And just like I told them, I asked them, are you satisfied with what you've done? You had a good season last year. You won 5 games. You made the playoffs. Do we want to be the team that win 5 games again this year, makes the playoff, or do we want to be hungrier this year? And if that's what we want to do, then we're going to have to work harder than we worked last year, be more focused than we were last year, and be more determined to take that next step.
Where did Coach Farlow, what was his head coaching experience?
Coach Farlow has been the head coach at Lincoln High School. He's a head coach at Weaver for a long time. He's been a very successful head coach and has done a wonderful job.
Coach Felder, I know it's also, like you said, it's a learning curve for players, but also for you itself, it might be a learning curve because you're familiarizing yourself with these kids. But one advantage it seems like might be out there is the nucleus of this football team. They are also defending state basketball champions. Nigel and Corey are part of that success. How does that translate over to the football field? You get some guys with that championship swagger, that mentality, and they're part of that core leading the team. Well,
I mentioned that to the guys a little bit yesterday about the fact that, that he's won a state championship. He knows what it takes to win it. He knows that, and like I told him, I know the basketball team, in order for them to win a state championship, I told him, I said, maybe y'all started the season out not necessarily believing y'all were going to be state champions. And then I said, as the season rolled along, somewhere along the way, y'all started playing some pretty good ball, start buying more often to what the coach was saying, and start bleeding more. And then that allowed them to stay more focused, more determined, and then, they end up winning the state championship. And that's the same thing for us, It's important we get off to a good start, for the players and for the coaches and for the community. And then I believe as, if we get off to that good start that we need to get off to, then it's only going to build the confidence in the guys to buy into what we're doing and to continue to work hard and continue to stay focused on taking that next step.
Coach, have you had a chance to evaluate your kids? Do you go back and watch film, what they did last year, or how did that process work for you?
Well, I've watched their spring game. I watched the spring game, and because that's the players that are going to actually be back. You know, sometimes when you watch the film, you got to kind of keep going back, see who's going, who played last year, what they did, where they played. The spring game gives you a little bit idea of the position that they were anticipating playing going into this season. So we watched a little bit of the film, but you know, we run a different system. So the different system, don't mean that one guy that played one position, they played that position based on the system that they were running last year. So, that don't necessarily mean they'll be running the same thing this year. What we try to do was watch the film to evaluate the players. What they can actually do, and how would they be able to contribute to what we're trying to do with our system. So I'm still learning. I mean, I've been on the job 2 days, and still learning the players, still trying to learn the names. I know they be laughing at me sometimes because I call the wrong name. I say the wrong name, but I'm still learning them. I think that they know that I come to work hard. I come to win. I want to make them better players, better young men, better students. My goal is to help them go to the next level, athletically as well as academically.
I mean, how do you feel going into a spread attack? You're going to be able to show your talent. Just talk about that.
I think the offensive scheme we got right now is going to be great. Like, as far as for me, as far as for Deco, as far as for my receiver core, from Michael, Isaiah Cunningham, John Ellis. We got a lot of talent on the outside. We got a lot of talent as far as backs. So we're gonna be great. The O-line is getting better. So we're gonna be a hard to stop offense. We should be really hard to stop this year. So.
I like his confidence. He probably said more than I would say. But I do we do have some talent, and I think that we got some good skilled players coming back. We've got a line that's inexperienced. That's an area where we really got to make some improvements. But I love this team. I love I told the guys, we work hard, and that's certainly a tribute to Coach Darby. I mean, I think he done a wonderful job in changing the mindset. And when you change the mindset of the players, then they're more willing to work harder because they've seen results. And as they've seen results, it's made them hungrier. These guys are pretty mature, and so even with the changes that they've been through, they need to be commended on the way that they've handled it.
Talk about the region and your schedule a little bit, though.
Talking about the region, it's day 2. I'm more worried about the players than I am the region. My focus is on trying to learn this team, trying to put the system in, and trying to figure out what we need to do to be successful. So if I can do that, then I'm not really concerned about who we're playing, because if we're not able to play things the way we want to play and get everybody to learn what we want them to learn, then it's not going to be good anyway. So I'm focused on our team.
Coach, how many do you have out this year? Do you even know yet?
Well, right now we probably got about 45 players out there. I anticipate as school starts, we'll get some more people to come out. But I like the guys we have out there. I like our focus right now, and I think these guys are hungry, and I'm excited about it.
Coach, what was it about the Talladega program that made you even consider making a change like this close to the season starting?
Well, I mean, I knew that the program was growing, and not necessarily just the football program. The Talladega has consistently had a good basketball team, and to me, I've been at places that typically, if you have a good basketball team, you have the potential to have a pretty good football team as well. I think that Coach has done an excellent job working with the football coaches and I'm talking about Coach Chucky, has done an excellent job working with the football players. A lot of programs you get at, if they have a successful basketball team, the coach doesn't want the basketball coach don't want the boys to play football, and it hurts your program. And it's not that way here. You know, we had a state championship basketball guy, and is also outstanding football player. So with the coaches working together, the program has a much better chance of being successful, and I think that's what this program's been doing.
Coach Felder, your predecessor had a mantra that he would echo at these media days: losing is not an option. He kind of hammered that into these kids. Do you have a similar mantra, or do you have anything that you like an underlying message that you drive home to these kids every day?
Well, you know, my message is just that, you know, if you want better, then you've got to give more in whatever you're trying to do. You know, I just want these guys to understand that, you know, nothing in life is free. You know, whatever you want, you got to be willing to work for it. You got to be willing to make some sacrifices for it. You got to stay focused and determined on whatever that goal is set for you. So, you know, if we want to be state champions in football, then the way we approach practice, the way we approach going to class, the way we approach going to the weight room will reflect how bad we really want it.
Okay, if there are no further questions for the Talladega Tigers, okay, that wraps it up for the Talladega High School Tigers in the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama. Next up, we really will have the Winterboro Bulldogs.
Don't crack under the pressure of foundation issues. The certified specialists at Ox Foundation Solutions can permanently fix foundation problems at the best price guaranteed. And did you know, moisture and unsafe air from your crawl space can infiltrate your home, causing health hazards and high utility bills? Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
The USS Alabama is a World War II-era battleship that first served in the Atlantic Theater, but was better known for helping to take Japanese-held islands in the Pacific between 1943 and 1945. During the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the Alabama's state-of-the-art radar alerted the fleet to incoming aircraft, providing the Americans enough time to scramble fighters and decimate the attacking force. Later, the Alabama served during the Battle of Leyte Gulf and anchored in Tokyo Bay to unload Allied occupation forces. In 1964, the state of Alabama took possession of the battleship. Alabama schoolchildren raised $100,000 in nickels and dimes to help bring the ship to Mobile and create Battleship Memorial Park. The park features the Alabama, the World War II-era submarine USS Drum, and an American military aircraft collection. Battleship Memorial Park is one of the state's most visited attractions.
Singer Percy Sledge was one of the most identifiable voices in the genre of country soul, which emerged from Muscle Shoals in the mid-1960s. In 1966, Sledge recorded his most iconic song, When a Man Loves a Woman. The song topped Billboard's Top 100 for 16 weeks. Percy Sledge's career spanned 5 decades. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2005.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Call a local company you can trust. Ox Foundation Solutions. We use the most advanced water management system to stop water from invading your basement for good. Things feeling a little uneven at home? Ox Foundation Solutions will fix your uneven concrete sidewalk, driveway, or basement in no time. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
Get along down the road, we got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
They gave me Vicodin after my knee surgery. They kept prescribing it, so I kept taking it. I didn't know it would be this addictive. I didn't know how far I'd go to get more.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, we have the Winterboro High School Bulldogs with head coach Alan Beckett, who enters his 7th year there in Alpine. Representing the Bulldogs today, we have Isaiah Holland, Marquez Curry, and Cade Sanders. Last year, in 2018, the Bulldogs finished 7-4 and advanced to the second round of the playoffs, where they compete in Class 1A, Region 5. They open up the season on August the 23rd at Coosa Central.
All right. Yes, sir. Well, I just wanted to tell Griff this thing gets better and better every year. And, you know, I've been around several of them, and all the way from worked a little bit of SEC Media Days for the SEC and other high school events, and I've never seen him any better than what he does. He really does a really good job, and it's that time of year to get started. Shane, you got a question?
Coach Beckett, just introduce the guys you brought with you and what their roles are going to be with this team this upcoming.
All right. To my left is Isaiah Holland, and he's our quarterback. He, he was. We had Sean Vincent in front of him last year. Sean, of course, ended up was a player of the year in our small school in the county and played an all-star game, had a really good year. And so we had two really good quarterbacks. He was in our red zone guy, probably ended up having 8, 10. I don't even know exactly how many touchdowns, but he ended up playing a lot of snaps, and then he played defensively for us last year. So he turns around and we, with some experience, even though he wasn't the full-time starter, he's our guy, quarterback, and he's a runner as well as our thrower, and plays defense. He's one of our leaders, and we're working a lot on the leadership end, and we're looking for big things, and he's a competitor. When you're talking to Isaiah, I'm trying to get him to try to even out, not too high, not too low. He's doing a great job here of late. Of even if he throws one at a 7-on-7 and he hits somebody right between the numbers, he's sitting there saying, "My bad." And of course, that makes that receiver feel that much better about him. But we're trying to get him to be Mr. Even Steven, because he is a competitor, and I want his body language to stay really good. But we're looking for big things out of him. Marquez Curry, and I can tell you, not only is he a pretty good player, the reason he's here as much as anything, he missed his junior year. Blew his knee out, and then re-injured it a second time, and never missed a practice. He was on that sideline, and he was keeping people up. That's as he went through it, except for he'd have to miss for rehab or whatever. But that's kind of hard to do, to stay there and stay at that point. And he's a real hard-nosed, physical, inside-the-box kind of player. And we've done a lot of 7-on-7, which has been kind of tough on him because he's kind of ready to get out of that cage a little bit and play some real football. But we look forward to what he does. And, of course, you remember his brother was a couple years ago was Cam Borden that ended up that was, All-State and had the 24 interceptions. So I say he's got pretty good lineage. Cade Sanders, to my far right, is our center. We had an injury to our center a couple years ago. So at about 9th and 10th grade, he kind of got thrown to the fire. And so it's been a trial by fire. And he's gotten better every year. Obviously, when you get that kind of volume of snaps, you're gonna get better. And so Cade is last year was obviously his best year, and gotten stronger, gotten really serious about it, putting a lot of time in on his own extra on the weight room. So we look forward to it, and he's gonna get a little defense. He's been wanting to play defense forever, and I like for our bigs to kind of go one way or another, but he should get some defensive time this year.
Coach, what's it going to take for the team to get back to the playoffs and to that second round while also trying to increase the standing in the region a little bit? Y'all finished third in there last season. Well,
I think our things are all within us, and obviously it's a good region with Spring Garden, and TC's always really good, and then you get Donahoe, who got us last year, and Ragland's really good team. So it's a good region. But I think all our battles are within us. We try to win on the daily, not finger point, be a together kind of thing from our leadership into things, and that old saying unity kind of stuff. And I've seen this group, been there long enough now, been able to see this group from 5th, 6th grade straight on through. They were so competitive when they were in about 5th or 6th grade. I mean, they were at each other's throat in PE, and I know that sounds silly, but it kind of revealed the character. I don't want us to be our own worst enemy, is kind of what I'm getting at, because we do have talent. We do have some talent. Need to stay healthy. Need to bring it on the daily, handle adversity, all those good old coaching sayings. But they all definitely apply to us. We have to handle adversity because seasons have ups and downs. Something bad's going to happen at some point. How you going to handle it?
You mentioned earlier that Isaiah is going to be replacing Sean Vincent at quarterback, but you have also a lot of turnover that happened. What are you going to do to replace guys like Luke Wheeler in the linebacking core and Sean in the linebacking core, DeMondre on the offensive line? You lost quite a few guys.
Yeah, we lost some good. That was a good senior class, and they were like I was talking about the Unified. That was a good, close-knit, positive group. We've got 4 out of 5 coming back. Ricky Chapel broke his ankle during the summer last year, so he had been a starter before. So we're gonna have a guy come back for his senior year that'll help us where Dre was, where DeMondre was. So. Luke, Jake Travis will come in, work where Luke was. Luke Wheeler played a lot of snaps, and then, in our backfield will look a little bit different, and we'll be able to get a little bit of a heavy set, and then we'll be able to spread it out. And we got Cam Pointer's out, and he's a really good basketball player that we've seen for several years and been trying to get him out, and all his buddies had wanted him to play, and he's had a good summer. And will that translate? We'll see.
Coach, talk about last year, the win over Ari Hubbard in the first round of the playoffs, and how that translates moving forward. Well, 2 parts. 1, for the strength of the region, and then 2, moving forward for motivation for the guys as they move forward.
Yeah, it was big because you're talking about a place with a lot of history. That's the 2 schools that came together. I think there's like 16 state championships between them. It's a crazy number. So it's a really tradition-rich and place. And talking to some of their coaches prior to the game, they thought in the next 2 years they were going to make a run for it. So they're extremely athletic. I thought we were totally locked in. We were still, and just to be transparent. In some past years, we had a certain point of the year, and our place is already listening for that ball to dribble. And we were still locked in and wanting to continue on, which I think you can compartmentalize it and do really good in one sport, and you turn around and you do really good in the next sport, and not look for your spring sports. And that was just a great place for us to be. And I know that sounds silly for somebody on the outside. That was really big for us to be there. But it is good. I thought our region did really well against that cross region. You know, I don't know the strengths of people. Obviously, we know Spring Garden will be a force in the north. Mars Hill is going to be really, really good. I think Lynette would be a strength in the south, which that doesn't apply to us. But, you know, we'll see where it's at this year. But that was good for a region.
Coach, earlier in the early part of last season, it was kind of a hit and miss with the, you know, the game against BB Comer and Donahoe. Donahoe, that game, probably a couple plays away from winning that one. But you came on strong as the season went on, like later on the back end. What did you learn from last season in those earlier games that you can apply towards this season to try to not fall into that kind of trap?
Yeah, we had jammed a staff together really late, which is usually that's a recipe for failure, and it was just, you know, we've had a hard time in the past at times getting staff, but it ended up a really good staff with Coach Tyson and Coach Jackson did a really good job, and they were still kind of learning some guys. I thought that was part of it. Part of it, we were figuring out who was what, because it was a totally different skill team from the year before. You know, you kind of start over, and we were still learning who we were and what we were able to do. We changed some things offensively as the year went on, and I thought it was beneficial to us. So, I thought we were developing, and all teams develop, but I've seen some teams that don't make that, they don't climb that hill very much, and I did think we did a good job of our kids continue to fight, and we did get better.
These for the three players. What does the off-season look like from workouts to the spring, and then what are some of the things you're looking forward to as you begin fall camp and you get the season started? We'll just start with Isaiah.
This offseason, we've been working strong. I've been working with my quarterback coach, stay on my toes, throw overhand, work with my receivers on their routes. We're in the weight room every morning around 7:30. This offseason, this fall, I just want to see how we're going to do with pass and hitting, form hitting, tackling, stuff like that.
Well, this offseason, I've basically been working on my strengthening back in my ACL because I tore it last year. So basically with my running back coach, I've been working on cuts, and then we come in the morning, around 7. Mostly I work on my legs, get it back in that shape, but, upper bodies, we'll have to do that anyways. But this fall, I'm basically looking forward to having a good season with me and my guys. So that's it.
Well, this season, we've been coming to a lot of workouts, got people dedicating everywhere, all positions, competing in 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s every week, getting people put into spots, and they're real good in those spots this year. Got key spots filled from the seniors last year leaving, and hitting the weight room as hard as we can every day of the week.
Coach, how's the summer participation been in workouts compared to previous years?
It's been good. The last couple of years have been getting better. I've always used that analogy. It's been our goal. It's kind of been a stair step. It's gotten a little bit better as the year went on, and I would say that applied to here. We have one or two that but outside of that, we're a high percentage, and that's good. I'm a straight shooter, I'd tell you if we weren't, but we're there, and that's testament to these guys.
Isaiah, you were like in last year you were in a package quarterback, came in the red zone. Really big instrumental part of that win against Raglan. I know Coach Beckett is has a history with Raglan, loves to get those wins against that school. Just kind of talk about what you're expecting this year being the guy.
The same thing. I just want to be better. My line, the only person I'm gonna miss is Mondre, which Ricky's gonna really fill that spot. I'm glad I got a good line that protects me. I mean, I give all my credit to them.
Coach, throughout your career, you've always been ahead on the takeaways versus giveaways. Your father was a defensive specialist as well. Talk a little bit about that mentality that you instill in the players to accomplish that goal.
Yeah, we want to win like everybody else, to give away takeaways. And some big play teams can get away with being even on that, but at the end of the day, we want to get it to the fourth quarter and be a grind team. And so giveaway takeaways are very important to us. And I thought we did a real good job with that last year as well. Hidden yards are always big to us. Hidden yards as far as kickoff returns. You know, if you get it, you know, to the 40, that's like a couple extra first downs, and making sure that we cover well on kickoff and punt. So, so all those little intangible things add up, especially when you get into a lot of close games.
Coach, when you look at your schedule of all the teams that have been in here this morning, I haven't seen a schedule where it looks like it's going to be really important for you guys to get off the gate early, because week 3 and week 4 are your big region games. I mean, you got Spring Garden at home, and then you got to go to Donahoe the very next week. And talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, and even before that, what's going to be a emotional game to our kids, just because it's right down the road, is Comer, and no, it's not a region game, and so it's not, you know, the ones that count are the ones that's the region, but at the same time, it's going to be, I'm not going to play pretend, it's going to be big to our kids, big to our people, because they're right down the road, and they know each other, and you know, they're doing a good job, and got a good program. They're definitely getting there, so that'll be big. We'll turn around and Spring Garden hand it to us as well as they did, you know, everybody in the region. I think they've won 11 in a row at a time, and have most everybody back. So, you know, you got to put a lot of emphasis there. You better, they're going to do what they do, and they're going to do it really well. So you got to, you've got to adjust to them and come to play, because they're physical. And then turn around Donahoe, you know, that's definitely they got us last year. So, you know, and our kids had won several in a row. So, you know, you've got to come ready to play. Coach Sanders does a good job, as well as Coach Howard at Spring Garden. So you're right. Front end's real heavy, you know, and you get there to the end of the year, and a lot of people didn't. It just happened to work out that way because we had a week 9 bye, and week 10 on people was wanting to play were much larger, and we're going to beat us up going into the playoffs physically, and I just didn't think that was very good for us. So last year was kind of like a bubble. We had two regions. I didn't like it, but it ended up good. We're hoping to really be focused for that first round. So back to what you said, yeah, front end's loaded.
And of course, you're probably going to get TC's best game as well. So even if the front end turns out good for you, you can't lax off at all. I mean, you got to play the whistle blows.
Oh, very much so. And TC will always put a good product on the field, and that's you know, in a lot of places, that's probably the best rivalry I've been a part of. And I know there's some great ones around the state, but it's for those two communities, it is it's a bloodletting, and I'm telling you, family picks a side and goes after each other. So yeah, and they're always athletic, and Coach Mahan's, you know, won a ton of games. So you better circle that one.
Okay, if there are no further questions from the media, I would like to thank Coach Beckett and the Winterboro Bulldogs. Wish them well this season. Next up, at the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day, the Fayetteville Wolves.
Don't crack under the pressure of foundation issues. The certified specialists at Ox Foundation Solutions can permanently fix foundation problems at the best price guaranteed. And did you know, moisture and unsafe air from your crawl space can infiltrate your home, causing health hazards and high utility bills. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
The USS Alabama is a World War II-era battleship that first served in the Atlantic Theater, but was better known for helping to take Japanese-held islands in the Pacific between 1943 and 1945. During the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the Alabama's state-of-the-art radar alerted the fleet to incoming aircraft, providing the Americans enough time to scramble fighters and decimate the attacking force. Later, the Alabama served during the Battle of Leyte Gulf and anchored in Tokyo Bay to unload Allied occupation forces. In 1964, the state of Alabama took possession of the battleship. Alabama school children raised $100,000 in nickels and dimes to help bring the ship to Mobile and create Battleship Memorial Park. The park features the Alabama, the World War II-era submarine USS Drum, and an American military aircraft collection. Battleship Memorial Park is one of the state's most visited attractions.
Singer Percy Sledge was one of the most identifiable voices in the genre of country soul, which emerged from Muscle Shoals in the mid-1960s. In 1966, Sledge recorded his most iconic song, When a Man Loves a Woman. The song topped Billboard's Top 100 for 16 weeks. Percy Sledge's career spanned 5 decades. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2005.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Call a local company you can trust. Ox Foundation Solutions. We use the most advanced water management system to stop water from invading your basement for good. Things feeling a little uneven at home? Ox Foundation Solutions will fix your uneven concrete sidewalk, driveway, or basement in no time. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
Get along down the road, we got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
They gave me Vicodin after my knee surgery. They kept prescribing it, so I kept taking it. I didn't know it would be this addictive. I didn't know how far I'd go to get more.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, the Fayetteville High School Wolves with head coach John Limbaugh, who's entering his 8th season. I also want to take a moment to congratulate Coach. Last week he was recognized by the Alabama High School Athletic Association as a Lifetime Achievement Award, the Bubba Scott Award. Also, he was recently recognized as the PBR Professional Bull Rider of the Year, Newcomer of the Year Award. Representing the Fayetteville Wolves today, we have the Ritchie Twins, and we have Blake Matchin. Coach Limbaugh and the Fayetteville Wolves compete in Class 2A, Region 4. Last season, they were 3-7. They opened up this 2019 campaign against Woodland on August the 28th at Woodland. August 23rd, I'm sorry.
Coach, talk about your summer. You had a very interesting summer.
lot of healing going on, but we got a mighty God. He's good. He's healing me up, and I hadn't missed that much. I have a great coaching staff at Felton and great kids. Some of them you see here today that kept things alive and kept things going during the summer. So we're not behind one step. We're not behind at all. So, but it was interesting. I would tell everybody to stay away from the cows. Stay away. They'll get you.
Just reach out to that whole situation.
I went out there to do something I've done hundreds of times throughout my life. I've been in a lot since I was like 10 years old. I remember one time my dad, I was about 15, he said, boy, he always called me boy, he said, you work these cows better than I do, you know, and so I know what I'm doing. I just got out there and had a crazy cow that I don't remember a thing about it. You know, you sit on TV and all that, this memory block, you see in the movies and stuff, what really does happen. I don't remember a thing, but my wife says the cow turned, threw me up in the air, put her head down on mine. She weighed about 1,400 pounds, so I couldn't get her off, you know. And she pushed me on the ground for about 20 or 30 feet, and then stopped, tried to get out, couldn't get out, came back over and got me again. So they had to do a little plastic surgery at the UAB trauma, and you know, I went by ambulance there. They were going to life flight me, but my wife said that cost too much, so they put me in a regular ambulance. This is a true story. But anyway, just teasing about that a little bit. It was a little bit more to it than that. But while we were, let me back up a little bit. At the lot, my wife said a prayer. She said, Lord, get this cow here before it kills him. And we had about 3 feet of wood on the whole lot. The rest of it was metal. And she found that part that was made of wood, put her nose to it, and just pushed her way out. You know, so she got out after that little prayer, you know. And then they took me to the hospital and stopped me at Brookwood, that small place they've got set up for trauma, for emergencies, I mean. And the guy there said, the doctor said, why'd y'all bring him here? He needs to be at UAB. So then they carried me to UAB. But all those people at UAB trauma were fantastic. They're awesome. Renee Myers was the plastic surgeon. I told him to make me look like Tom Cruise. He said he didn't have enough to work with, so, you know. But while somebody would volunteer for plastic surgery, I'll never know. That stuff hurts pretty bad. So, but anyway, they got me taken care of, and I'm back, you know. But they said I couldn't, you know, I got upset with my wife. She said, I called 911. I said, why'd you do that? Just give me a minute, I'll be all right. Because I stood back up, I couldn't see that my nose was over here, my top of my mouth was over here. I couldn't see all that, you know. She was looking at it, but God's good. He's healed me up, and I'm doing a lot better now. So hopefully all that's over with now. You know, done with that.
No more getting in there with cows.
Oh yeah, we got to do our job. I'll remember it anyway, so you know.
Yeah.
Does it add a little bit more to this year for you to be back out there coaching?
It does, because I've got the greatest job in the world. I really do. Being a pastor and a football coach is the greatest life one could possibly have. It's taught me something I've always known and have talked to these kids about and preached about for 33 years, but not to take one moment of any day for granted. Every second I have with these young men are great times. It's fun. And to teach these guys the game of football is one thing, but also teach them about life is a whole different thing. That's what it's all about. You know, these kids have won a championship before. We won the region in 2015, and we're going to do it again. I'm looking forward to a good year, but winning championships is one thing, but winning in life is a totally different thing. That's what we want to teach you fellas, is win in life and then win on the field. You know.
Being a pastor and a football coach, where do you see those two kind of intersect?
You know, being a pastor and a football coach, there's no, what am I trying to say? It really goes hand in glove. That's what I'm trying to say. It really does. Being a pastor, we get to, you know, teach Christ, and on the football field, we can still do the same thing because he's a champion. Christ is the true champion. And we can teach about him in all walks of life. And for me, that communication never stops, whether I'm at church or I'm out on the football field. That communication doesn't stop. He's what's important. He's where it's at, you know. And through Fellowship of Christian Athletes, we can tell that story of Christ at our at our school. Absolutely.
Coach, I was trying to follow it last year, the region standings and everything.
Right.
Even though y'all finished 3-7, y'all still had an outside shot of making the postseason.
Well, it was something we should have accomplished. We really should have got that done. We played a bad game against Horseshoe Bend. We didn't play well. We didn't tackle well. And that cost us. We were in. Win that ball game, we're in. And we played really good ball at the end of the season. I don't know why it took us so long, but we're going to rectify that situation. We've been working all summer. Had our camp right there on campus this year, our football camp. And had a good time with that. And I got a great group of kids around me. There's great laughter among them, great camaraderie among them. These kids are family. They like each other. And because of that, you don't get any egos or anything like that. These kids these young men are ready to go out and win football games. And I'm excited to be a part of it, really and truly. I got 3 of the best of our group with us today. They're great kids. And one thing about Fayetteville, some schools, they have to go get them, bus them to the school, beg them. These kids show up to workouts. You tell them once, they're there. And that's what I love about them. They're ready to go to work.
Is that a teaching moment for you when you, on the back end of that season, when you're able to still be in the running for the postseason, even though you've had a rough start to the campaign? How much of that can you take away from there and instill it in your players to keep fighting, moving forward?
Well, it's a good question. It is a teaching moment. We have many of those in life. As teachers, we try to jump right on top of those as coaches. I learned a lot. I learned to squib kick the ball and not try to kick it deep. If I have squib kicked the ball, we'd still go up at halftime, but they ran one back on us, and that's how we lost to Horseshoe Bend. I blame that one on myself. But you'll see more squib kicking this year. But anyway, we all learn lessons from time to time, brother, and that was one that I learned, and we take those teaching moments seriously. Absolutely.
Coach mentioned workouts. What has the offseason been like? This is for all 3 players. We'll start with Brady. What's the offseason look like through the spring, and then some of the things you're looking forward to as fall camp begins in the season?
Just a lot of hard work. Coaches pushing us, players pushing other players. Us being who we are, we tend to push the younger guys and sometimes even older guys. It's just we have to be a team and get what we have to do done.
So I expect us to come out. I want to get everything going. We don't know what we're going to look like until we get pads on, start hitting. I want to see how everybody tackles and how we play as a team. That's what I'm looking forward to throughout fall. And
I feel like, coming through the spring, we did a really good job, running the offense well. We played each other. We were going to play Victory Christian in the spring game, but, that couldn't work out, so we played each other. I think that's a big downfall in our spring, but all summer we've been working hard, hitting the weight room 6:30 in the morning, working out, staying until 9:30 sometimes, running 7-on-7 practice all summer. Did real well in 7-on-7, played a lot of games at Sanford and Victory Christian and Chillsburg. But I think, my goal this year is to lift up the team during the summer, help us prepare for this fall.
As you get into the smaller schools, your numbers are different. How are you on numbers this year as far as depth and the kids you got?
Doing 537, the best players anybody could ever want. We're going to be just fine. It could be controversial, but I think we played the hardest region in the state of Alabama. I really do. And that's no excuse, but you're going to see a Fayetteville team this year that plays even harder. We've always played to the last second. I really believe that. This is a fighting team, and I think you may mention that one time when we're down there last year. I think it was a Comer game. You said those kids just didn't ever give up or something like that, and that's the way they always play. But we've learned a lot about ourselves, I think, toward the end of last year and through the spring, as Blake was talking about, and through this summer. And, one thing I've learned, and you mentioned it, is being an overcomer. And I think maybe some of that will, come up on our team too, just to overcome whatever life throws at you, whether it be a tough team you're playing or, a tough deal. A day out there on the farm could be tough, but just to be an overcomer.
Coach, last summer during workouts, you said that Rhett Hayes was the kind of motivator in the weight room, pushing these guys. Now that he's gone, who kind of stepped up and filled that role for you?
The three sitting at this table. These guys right here, and also Trevor Deloach. These guys are, like I said, you don't have to beg them to come to the weight room. And Monday, we had we had to get ready to reduce some of our running plays. Okay, so I told the kids, let's just go out the field, let's do a little football this morning, and we'll get ready to go to Victory Christian, which we went there for an OTA. And on Tuesday, well, these guys are saying, Coach, Blake said, we still work out, right? Can we stay? I said, yeah, Blake, you Trevor, y'all stay and work out, that's fine. Coach Reed will still be here. So that's what's exciting. You've got kids that get annoyed when they don't get to work out enough, and I love that about them.
Well, guys, just talk about what you want to accomplish this year.
Mainly get to the playoffs. I think that's probably like our main goal, because since I've been here, I don't think we made it to the playoffs yet. And so I think that the main goal is for us to push each other and scratch and claw and do as much as we can to get there, and that's our main goal this year.
Well, I'd like to see us go to the playoffs. I think my main goal is that we just go out and play as a team. I wanna be more together than we've never been, close to each other. I think this year we've been real close. Everybody likes each other. We don't have, like Coach said, any egos on the team. So I think that this year we'll be able to play more as a team, and when that comes, I think winning will come with it. That's what I'd like to see.
I think coming off this off season, we have like a strong comeback from that 3. We had to finish strong last year. I think coming off of that, we got to just take it minute by minute, second by second, every game. We can't plan too far ahead. Don't let your highs get too high, your lows get too low. Just finish the season strong and try to get the playoffs.
Just talk about having another year under your belt as quarterback.
Last year, going back to my sophomore season, I didn't have that great of a year. My junior season had a lot better of a year that year, and I just learned from my mistakes. Coming into my senior year, I hope, do a lot better, just make myself better as a player.
One thing I like about Blake at the QB position is his toughness. He's a competitor, and he won't brag on himself, because that's not the way he was brought up. But he's going to do a great job this year. I'm looking forward to it. And we got a lot of kids that's going to step up, some new names that's going to step up and do great things for us, and I'm very excited about it.
What is it going to take for you guys to accomplish your goals? Is it just one thing you can pinpoint that you guys have to do better this year to help you get back to the playoffs?
Well, we're a run-first team, but to learn that every game matters. It could be a non-regional opponent that might help you get into those playoffs, the way things shake out sometimes. But just to take things, it's cliche, I know, but take things one game at a time. Don't look ahead. Our next focus right now is Woodland. That's our next focus, okay? And we'll move on after that. We have got to take things one game at a time and be the people. I told them this year we're gonna play to God's glory this year. We're going to give this year to Him. We're going to take it one game at a time. We're going to do things the right way all the way through this year. We'll hold each other accountable and be disciplined, because I'll be with accountability and discipline. I believe wins take care of themselves. It's the way I believe.
Coach, who will be the supporting cast at skill positions for Blake in the senior season?
Well, we have Payson Deloach coming on pretty strong. And I think that's right. We got another Deloach coming along. We're looking forward to some great things out of him, and Brady's doing some great things for us, and he plays tailback for us, and we've got several positions that I don't want to just throw names out there yet, because we haven't guaranteed those starting positions yet. Okay, there's several names I could call out and say, well, this guy's going to be great, but really we hadn't nailed down any starting positions yet. So a lot of kids may think they're going to be here, and they may not. Okay, we're looking at who was here all summer, who's paid the price, who's done the right things. So we're looking at a lot of things, and then we can say more about those supporting roles.
One guy who does have a little bit of security. I would think, I don't know, maybe you can be for sure, clarify this for me. Levi Phillips, your kicker, he's coming back.
He's coming back. He's been a couple of kicking camps this year, and I've heard they did very well at those kicking camps. And, you know, he can successfully nail a 40-yarder with no problem, really. And back him up, and he can hit him from 45 every once in a while, things like that. So we're really looking for some great things out of him. And like I told Levi, there's going to be that day that you're going to win us the ball game. You're going to win us the ball game. But I really believe Levi Phillips will kick at the next level. I really believe that. So we'll see.
If there are no further questions for Fayetteville High School, that wraps up this session of the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. Next up, Chilsburg High School Tigers.
Don't crack under the pressure of foundation issues. The certified specialists at Ox Foundation Solutions can permanently fix foundation problems at the best price guaranteed. And did you know, moisture and unsafe air from your crawl space can infiltrate your home, causing health hazards and high utility bills? Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
The USS Alabama is a World War II-era battleship that first served in the Atlantic Theater, but was better known for helping to take Japanese-held islands in the Pacific between 1943 and 1945. During the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the Alabama's state-of-the-art radar alerted the fleet to incoming aircraft, providing the Americans enough time to scramble fighters and decimate the attacking force. Later, the Alabama served during the Battle of Leyte Gulf and anchored in Tokyo Bay to unload Allied occupation forces. In 1964, the state of Alabama took possession of the battleship. Alabama school children raised $100,000 in nickels and dimes to help bring the ship to Mobile and create Battleship Memorial Park. The park features the Alabama, the World War II-era submarine USS Drum, and an American military aircraft collection. Battleship Memorial Park is one of the state's most visited attractions.
Singer Percy Sledge was one of the most identifiable voices in the genre of country soul, which emerged from Muscle Shoals in the mid-1960s. In 1966, Sledge recorded his most iconic song, When a Man Loves a Woman. The song topped Billboard's Top 100 for 16 weeks. Percy Sledge's career spanned 5 decades. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2005.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Call a local company you can trust. Ox Foundation Solutions. We use the most advanced water management system to stop water from invading your basement for good. Things feeling a little uneven at home? Ox Foundation Solutions will fix your uneven concrete sidewalk, driveway, or basement in no time. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
Get along down the road, we got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
They gave me Vicodin after my knee surgery. They kept prescribing it, so I kept taking it. I didn't know it would be this addictive. I didn't know how far I'd go to get more.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
Would like to welcome everyone back to the 8th annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, we have the Chillersburg High School Tigers. Head coach Jonathan Beverly enters his 4th year at the helm. Player reps today for the Tigers, we have Zay Youngblood, Cameron Thrash, and Keyshawn Reynolds. The Tigers compete in Class 4A, Region 4. 2018, they had a record of 3-7. They will open up the 2019 campaign at Shelby County on August the 23rd.
Coach Beverly, talk about the summer, what these guys have been doing to get ready for this upcoming season, and what it's going to take to get back into the postseason after missing the playoffs last year.
It's been a really good summer for us. For us, the way last season ended was not what we wanted. But the positive in that was that I saw us work harder this offseason starting in January than I have in any of the years that I've been here. So I thought we've had a great, not just summer, but dating back to January, those winter days in the weight room, had a really good spring practice, and I thought that's carried over into the summer. These guys have been motivated. They've been extremely competitive throughout this whole process, extremely hungry throughout this whole process. And so I couldn't be more pleased with not only how our kids have handled this offseason, but also how our coaching staff has come together and how we've just attacked each day with intensity and focus. And so it's been really pleasing to see us go about our business that way, and hopefully that carries over into fall camp and into the first part of the season. And those are the things that we're going to need if we want to get back to the postseason. That's our on-the-field goal for sure, is to get back to the postseason, find ourselves playing football in November.
What are some of the pieces that you're going to have to replace from last year's team going into this upcoming season?
For us, we're real fortunate in the fact that we didn't lose a lot of a ton of starters. We didn't lose a lot of productivity on either side of the ball. Had a great group of seniors, but it was a very small group of seniors that we lost. And so, we'll miss those guys in the locker room. But, it's definitely, the class before them, we lost 23. And so that was definitely a task to replace. But last year's senior class, like I said, a great group of kids, but there weren't very many of them. And so we had to play a lot of young kids last year. And so that's you fast forward a year, and that's a positive for us, is that a lot of these guys that are going to be in a position to be able to play got a great year of experience last year. A ton of snaps, ton of reps. And so, we'll hopefully be able to see that, translate into success on the field.
Talk a little about the guys you brought with you today to the media day.
Okay. Cameron Thrash is going to transition into a role as a quarterback for us this year. Has done a great job all offseason, had a really good spring for us, was actually voted as our offensive MVP last year as receiver. And so, we're really excited to be able to have him transition to the quarterback spot, because now, the ball has to touch his hands every play. And so we're really pleased with that. Zay Youngblood is going to do a great job for us, I believe, as a linebacker again. Last year transitioned to middle linebacker and did a really good job as really the centerpiece of that defense. And so he returns this year. Really excited to have him on board. And Keyshawn Reynolds, a 4-year starter at center for us. And I couldn't be more proud of the progress that he's made from the time that he was a freshman until now entering his senior year. I used to tell him all the time as a freshman he was going to be the best center in 4A football. And I truly believed it then, and I believe that now he's got an opportunity to show that as a senior. He has worked his tail off. He's done everything we've ever asked him to do as a coaching staff. He's been a tremendous leader for us, and so I feel really good about the fact that offensively for us, the ball starts in his hands and then goes to Cameron Thrash's hands. So 2 guys that we depend on a lot. I feel really good about that.
What do you like about your team for the upcoming year?
I love the family atmosphere that we have inside of that field house. And that's been something that we've really focused on throughout the whole offseason, really building that thought process of being a family. It's not a lot of me, or I. There's just a team feel. And so that's the first thing that pops into my mind when I think about our football team is the fact that I see a lot of guys that love each other, that care about the guy next to them. I see that in the locker room. I see it in the weight room. I see it when we're conditioning. And, there's some guys that unprompted, from coaching, we'll see guys that are maybe struggling to finish a sprint, and we'll see guys run out there and tag along beside them and help them finish. And that's unprompted. I've never once looked at a player and said, hey, go help your teammate in that situation. That these guys are doing it on their own. And, that's really encouraging as a coach to be able to see kids definitely, again, take themselves out of the equation and say, look, it's about the team, it's about the program, it's about something bigger than me. And so that's really, been the vibe and the feeling around the field house, I'd say since January and February, and it's kind of carried on into the summer, and we're really pleased with it.
How important is it for teams to be player-led, in your opinion?
I think it's highly important. I think there are really good football teams that coaches have to motivate all the time, but your great and elite football teams are player motivated, player oriented. If the players are the ones that are doing the motivation within the locker room amongst themselves, then there's typically a stronger bond amongst those teams. And again, there are a lot of really good football teams. I've been a part of some good football teams where the coaches were the centerpiece of motivation and putting that competitive drive into each player. But what I see with our football team, these guys, they want to see not only themselves be competitive, but they want to see the guy next to them be competitive. And so they're always pushing each other. And now that goes a long way.
Building on that for all three players, what does that look like from a day-to-day standpoint? What are some of the things that you're seeing not only yourselves do as the three of you sitting there, but some of your teammates do as the leadership of this team? We'll start with Keyshawn.
Day-to-day, excuse me. Day-to-day, things have been great, man. We have a family. Like, we could fuss and fight, anything, but at the end of the day, like with your brother, your sister, y'all are just like this. No matter what happens, you got each other's back. And that's how it's always been in the locker room and on and off the field.
I think we're just doing a really good job this summer of pushing each other to performance to the best of our abilities. We're helping each other along the way, having each other's backs. Like he said, we may have a disagreement every now and then, but we can all come together and just be each other's brothers.
I think everybody in our locker room is always so encouraging, and if we need to talk to somebody about something, somebody's always there. Coach Beverly's always there, all of our coaching staffs.
Coach, you said you didn't like the way the season ended last year at 2 of 3 games on the road, Lincoln, Leeds, Anniston. This year you'll have 2 of those at home. You talk about motivation. How does that work for you and the players as motivation moving forward?
I think, at the end of the day, there's so much of the process along the way before you get to Friday night that, typically a lot of people overlook. And typically, we don't contribute to, having that final result on Friday night. But on the flip side, I would say that, the bottom line is the scoreboard didn't look the way that we wanted it to look all the time last year. And that's been something that's been a driving force for us throughout this offseason. Do I think that we did a lot of the things right Monday through Thursday last year? I think we did. But I think for whatever reason, week by week, it didn't always turn into what we wanted on Friday nights in the scoreboard. And so, to be honest, we've still focused on the process and still been very process oriented in how we do things. But I'm not going to lie, the final product that we saw last year has been a driving factor in how we've done things. We want to be on the winning side of things more this year. And so it's driven, how we've approached things in the weight room. It's driven how we've approached things on the practice field starting in the spring and moving into the summer. And so I'm looking for us to have a little bit more of an edge about us. I hate to use the term chip on your shoulder, but I'd be lying if I didn't say that you kind of feel that in the air when you walk in the locker room, when you walk in the field house. There's just a sense of unfinished business. And so I don't know how that will quantify itself in wins and losses, but I do believe honestly that we will have a much more appealing product that's on the field on Friday nights. And so, I don't think any of these guys shy away from that. Not only the three that are here, but that locker room. I don't think anybody would lie to you and tell you that they were pleased with how things went last year as far as the results. I think if they're being honest, and which I think is a quality a lot of our kids have, they're very honest for the most part. I think if they're being honest, they'll tell you that there's an edge about them now because they don't want to feel that way again on those Friday nights. They want to be able to walk away feeling as if they took care of business, and so it's given us an edge, and I think it's something that again I've been pleased with. I think our coaches have been pleased with.
Is there one thing in particular that you want to change from last year? Is it finishing, or is it what is it that you want to change from last season?
Honestly, I want to see us start faster. I feel like there were 2 weeks back to back that I feel like slow starts hurt us. Week 5 against Hanley and week 6 against Sylacauga. Now week 5 against Hanley, very slow start, but we were able to finish strong, pull through, and pull off a big win against honestly probably the most talented team in the region. The next week, another slow start plagued us. I thought we kind of felt our way through the first half, finished very strong, but it was too little, too late against a big rival, against a game that means against a team and a game that means a lot in our community and our school. And so for us, I want us to kind of have that fighter's mentality. I'm a big combat sport guy, so I love boxing, love mixed martial arts. A couple weeks ago during one of the fight nights on Saturday night, we saw like a couple really fast knockouts because guys were just aggressive. And so I kind of want our football team to have that mentality. Come out aggressive. Don't wait for somebody to throw a couple of jabs, so to speak, before you kind of feel your way through. Come out aggressively. Come out and throw the first blow, so to speak. And so I want us to be able just to start with more of an aggressive demeanor and more of a aggressive mentality. And like I said, I hate to use that term in football, but for lack of better words, throw the first punch.
Talk about your defense a little bit. I know you guys play well at times, but how can you be more consistent on that side of the ball?
Honestly, I feel like at times, like you said, last year we played really well on the defensive side of the ball. I thought there were some, as the season went on and you kind of had, guys have to play in different spots, I kind of saw us, lose some focus from a mental standpoint, and I thought that kind of contributed to, us giving up more points down the line than we were used to. But I think, honestly, of all of our units, our defense is our strongest unit. Coach Johnson does a phenomenal job getting our defense together, and we've added some pieces to our coaching staff on the defensive side of the ball that we're really excited about. And so now we're at a place where we feel like our kids are getting coached up, to the best of their ability, to the best of our coaching staff's ability, and we're going to be athletic on that side of the ball again. Got a lot of returning starters on that side of the ball, so we feel really good about it. A strong unit for us. We feel like will be our defensive line. We've got 4 guys there that we really feel good about, and again, just being aggressive. And honestly, I've been pleased. Coach Johnson's been more aggressive. Last year we didn't stun a lot. We didn't blitz a lot. But now I think our blitz packages are a little bit more exotic and unique. But it's because our kids have bought in and allowed him to get more complex with some things, and I think that's really going to put us in a good position.
Now talk about your offense a little bit. I know struggled at times last year, but you got several new playmakers coming back this year.
Right. Yeah, we did have some struggles at times last year, but this year, honestly, again, I think moving Cameron from receiver to quarterback makes us a little bit more dynamic. Gives us more of an athlete at quarterback. He's done a great job transitioning there. In the backfield, of course, Terry Thomas returns, and Xavion Garrett does a great job as a complimentary back there. Offensive line-wise, I couldn't speak more highly of those guys. Of course, Keyshawn is the leader in that group, but we've got some other guys that have really stepped up, and one that comes to mind, Isaac McMillan, is a guy that comes to mind who has kind of played sparingly throughout his career, but now as a senior is in a position to be in a more of a prominent role. Isaiah Rogers, another guy who's done a really good job for us there. And a couple of receivers who've really stepped up, young guys that kind of came out of the blue. Zay Truss and Jay Twyman, two guys who've had a really good summer in 7-on-7. Really excited to see what they can do once we get the pads on.
Coach, your spring game was against Helena, and you had to face an offense that was really high-powered and put up a lot of points, and the team had a lot of depth. How do you think that spring game helped you prepare for a region where there's going to be some offensive firepower from some of these teams?
Well, I took a page out of what I felt like was, our basketball coach's playbook. Coach Johnson and Coach King, our two basketball coaches at school, they've always stressed just playing great competition, in not only in the regular season, but in their summer practices and things like that. And so we went out and we wanted to find the toughest team that we could find to play a spring football game against. And it turned out that, Helena, a 6A school in the Birmingham area, had an opening, and we got together and wanted to play, and so that worked out. And I thought it was great for our kids to see that level of competition, because with our schedule, there's no off week. And like you said, not only is there no off week, but we play a lot of offenses and a lot of quarterbacks that can throw the football well. And so I thought it was really good for our guys to see that. And at times our defense looked really good against a quality 6A opponent. And I thought at times our offense looked really good against a really tough 6A defense. And so for us, that we feel like that put us in a spot to, hopefully carry some momentum into the summer and the fall and go out and be competitive against a really tough schedule.
Cameron, being the offensive MVP last year and having played the receiver position, making that transition to quarterback, how do you feel that benefits you, knowing Coach Beverly's offense from a receiver perspective? How's it going to help you from a cerebral aspect, like leading this offense?
It helped me because I already know all the plays and all the routes, and it just helps to, where the receiver's supposed to go and how he's supposed to trick that DB into going one way or another. So you know where to throw the ball and how to you just know what you're supposed to do.
Zay, every time that Coach Beverly talks about defense, it goes into a little bit in depth, stunts, blitzes, your face just kind of get that smile and start to light up. Looks like you want to be out in a game tomorrow. You want to come across that ring. You want to deliver the first blow.
Yeah, I'm really excited about our defense this year. We got great D-line. All four guys have been working really hard this summer. A few days ago at a Vincent camp we went to, they did really well. Our entire defense looked really good, from line to DBs to linebackers and everything. So I'm really excited to put some pads on and show everybody what the defense can do, what we've been working on all summer.
Talk about the road schedule. Tough road games against Sylacauga, Handley, and more. How does that impact the season?
For us, that middle of the season, that stretch, going back to back to Handley and to Sylacauga, two very tough places to play. Handley may be probably the toughest venue to play in all of 4A and possibly in just any classification. We went there 2 years ago, and it was a knockdown, drag out dogfight. And we came out on top, I think maybe 14-13, and it was just a 2-point conversion made the difference in the game. But it was a very intimidating atmosphere at the time. Now the good news is a lot of these guys were on that team in 2017, and we went down there, so they won't be hopefully as intimidated by the atmosphere. But it's a very tough place to play, and not only Sylacauga is a tough place to play, even though it's just 10 minutes down the road, but it's a rivalry game, a lot of emotion, and it's always a packed crowd. And so, two really tough road games back to back. We've got to travel to Lincoln this year, a really tough place to play against a really talented football team. But then not only all of that, you back up to week 0, we've got to go to Columbiana, to Shelby County to play in a very much improved Shelby County football team, a very physical Shelby County football team. In a place that, in Columbiana, where they're going to come, the whole town's going to be there. It's going to be loud. It's going to be kind of a crazy atmosphere there. The stands are right on top of you. There's not much room between the sideline and the stands on either sideline. And so, our road schedule is very tough, very unforgiving. But again, I like the fact that we've been carrying ourselves with kind of a chip on our shoulder with an edge all off season. And so, I like the fact that we're going to go into those stadiums with that edge, with that, chip on our shoulder type demeanor.
What excites you about the Sylacauga-Childersburg rivalry, mentioning that it's only 10 minutes apart?
Well, the close proximity. Really, I've been at a number of schools that you really don't have that fierce rivalry. I think rivalries are kind of, going away in a lot of sports. But this is a pure, true rivalry in everything: football, basketball, baseball, soccer, you name it. If the HSA comes out with ping pong next year, the Sylacauga-Childersburg ping pong match will be a tough ticket. And so, we're always excited about that game. Our kids know each other. They've grown up playing against each other, in some cases playing with each other, because every once in a while you'll have a kid move from one community to the next. And so there's a familiarity there. There's a sense of, but there's also a sense of urgency there. I mean, when that week comes, we notice that the practices get a little bit more intense. We notice that, the community seems to be a little bit more anxious about, getting to Friday night because it's a big game. And so, we're always excited about that. And, we look forward to another great one this year.
If there are no further questions, that wraps up the Childersburg High School session of the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Up next, the Mumford High School Lions.
Don't crack under the pressure of foundation issues. The certified specialists at Ox Foundation Solutions can permanently fix foundation problems at the best price guaranteed. And did you know, moisture and unsafe air from your crawl space can infiltrate your home, causing health hazards and high utility bills. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
The USS Alabama is a World War II-era battleship that first served in the Atlantic Theater, but was better known for helping to take Japanese-held islands in the Pacific between 1943 and 1945. During the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the Alabama's state-of-the-art radar alerted the fleet to incoming aircraft, providing the Americans enough time to scramble fighters and decimate the attacking force. Later, the Alabama served during the Battle of Leyte Gulf and anchored in Tokyo Bay to unload Allied occupation forces. In 1964, the state of Alabama took possession of the battleship. Alabama school children raised $100,000 in nickels and dimes to help bring the ship to Mobile and create Battleship Memorial Park. The park features the Alabama, the World War II-era submarine USS Drum, and an American military aircraft collection. Battleship Memorial Park is one of the state's most visited attractions.
Singer Percy Sledge was one of the most identifiable voices in the genre of country soul, which emerged from Muscle Shoals in the mid-1960s. In 1966, Sledge recorded his most iconic song, When a Man Loves a Woman. The song topped Billboard's Top 100 for 16 weeks. Percy Sledge's career spanned 5 decades. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2005.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Call a local company you can trust. Ox Foundation Solutions. We use the most advanced water management system to stop water from invading your basement for good. Things feeling a little uneven at home? Ox Foundation Solutions will fix your uneven concrete sidewalk, driveway, or basement in no time. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
Get along on down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
They gave me Vicodin after my knee surgery. They kept prescribing it, so I kept taking it. I didn't know it would be this addictive. I didn't know how far I'd go to get more.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, the Mumford High School Lions with head coach Michael Easley in his first season. Representing the Lions today, we have L.J. Flint and Lance Smith. The Lions compete in Class 5A Region 5. They're coming off a 3-7 campaign in 2018, and they open up this season at Oxford on August the 23rd.
Coach, just talk about the summer and the young men you brought with you today.
Summer's been good. We've had 28 workouts. Today was 28, the 28th workout. It's been very good, good attendance. I thought we pushed them pretty good. The kids have responded really well. Young men I brought, great kids. You know, the first day, I met both of them very early on. In fact, I think I met both of them the second time I interviewed. And the first day we were running out there doing some conditioning before spring practice. Lance was having some trouble, and I think he was on a knee throwing up, and I didn't think we were running that much, but Coach Snyder walked over there to me, and he says, it's probably the most they've ran in about a year. And he said, and look, Lance, he would rather die than miss a rep, so he's not going to be like this all the time. So that was pretty good. You know, I thought that was a pretty good thing to think about a kid, how much it means to him. But LJ, I remember meeting LJ on the interview, and you never have to tell him to go harder. You never have to tell him to do the right thing. He's always going hard. You never have to tell him to run faster. You never have to tell him to lift harder or put more weight on. These two young men just do things the right way, and they're going to be good football players for us, but they're going to be better men when they leave. So.
Coach, you
questions?
spent a lot of years at Saks.
I did.
What was the deciding factor for you that attracted you to come to the Mumford for the head coaching job?
Well, the history of the program, you know, I think before last year they had been to the semifinals twice in the 6 years previous to that. Of course, we played them in high school. We played them a little bit when I was at Saks earlier in the years. It's a good program, a really good program. I mean, I've told several coaches this. You know, I felt very fortunate, very blessed to get to my first head job to be as good a job as Mumford is. And you know, some coaches there's some really good coaches that have to take some bad jobs as their first head job. And I was very fortunate, very blessed. So you know, very similar to how I grew up. I grew up in Heflin. Of course, we played Mumford there. You know, we played Mumford then. Similar type, you know, community, similar type school programs, you know, very similar. So it was comfortable for me, and just, you know, we had a great run at Saks. They're going to continue to be good. You know, 14 years there, 7 as OC. It was time to take a chance, and I just felt like it was the right time. I had some other opportunities before that I just didn't feel right about. I never had a second thought about this one, and I thought it was a perfect fit.
Coach, there's a lot of head coaches now around the area that have kind of fallen off the
Michael Short tree. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, Coach Short was my defense coordinator in high school. Coach Mack was our head coach. Coach Short was our defense coordinator. I hired Coach Ron Irvin, who's my defense coordinator. Me and him graduated high school together, played together. He's been the defense coordinator at Cleveland County the last 10 or 11 years. I think he's been there the last 16. We were talking the other day, just out of our graduating class, I think there's 5 or 6 high school coaches now. Several of them, have been head coaches or coordinators. Or I think we got one that's a principal. There's a lot. There's a lot of guys just from our class, but several guys from Heflin that chose, to get in education and has done a good job during their time there. And yeah, Coach Short was our defense coordinator, but he's even guys that were after us, Coach Taylor that just got the job at Weaver, great guy. He played while Coach Short was his head coach, and of course Todd Bates, D-line coach up at Clemson, good friend of ours. There's been a lot of them. There really has been a lot of them. And you kind of go back and look, and we were just kind of trying to think of the schools around this side of the state that had a lot of people that was in coaching or in education from it. And of course, Alexandria had a lot, and Cleveland County had a lot. So there's some, of course, that was a big rivalry back in the day. I'm still not fond of that orange and black. So I don't mind saying that. No, I got great respect for that program up there and those coaches. But it's looking back, I'm not surprised there's a lot of coaches and there's a lot of people in education and in the coaching profession that are from those 2 schools.
Just talk about what you want to accomplish right here at Moultrie.
Well, it's real simple. They got a scoreboard up there, and we want to have more points on it. But at the end of the day, our sole focus is not winning games. I talked to them from day one. We're going to set a standard of what we expect our young men, to do as far as how they act in the hallways and how their grades in the classroom. And we set a pretty high standard, and I told them from day one I'm never going to apologize for setting a high standard. And these 2 guys are walking testimonies to that standard because they meet it every day. But we want to set the culture like we want it, and we want to get young men to meet that standard every day, because they're going to be. I told them. And you can ask them, I told them, and I've said this several times, but the very first meeting I told them, I said, I'm a lot more worried about what kind of husband and what kind of father and what kind of employee you're going to be one day rather than what kind of football player you're going to be. And, to me, that's where your success comes from. You can go 15-0, and if your guys are not succeeding once they leave you, what have you really done as a coach? Yeah, you got a big ring on your finger, and that's nice, but what have you done as a coach? So, it will be like that every year. I don't care if we're in year 10 and we've won 2 or 3 state championships. Our goal is always going to be the same at the start of the season, is to set the standard and for our kids to meet the standard every day. And that's how we're going to approach every year. And I heard one of them talk about it earlier. We're never going to look ahead. We're always going to take one game at a time, and we're never going to talk about what we're going to do week 10 if we're sitting in week 2. But it's the same way, starting a season. We're not going to talk. I haven't talked about going to 15-0 or anything like that yet to them, because I'm not ever. I want kids to meet the standard, and we're going to set the culture and produce good young men. And if we can do that, I don't care how many games we win.
You said points.
What now?
You said points. You scored a lot of them at sacks.
We had some really good players.
Is that going to translate over to Mumford, the same kind of style? Or?
I hope so. That's the plan. We had some really good players at sacks. Trey Smith, who was my quarterback in 13, led us to the semifinals, playing for the Kansas City Chiefs now. We had really good players, and they bought in what we're doing. Coach Miller's a fantastic head coach. Ideally, you would like to take the success we had there and just put it here, but at the end of the day, every team's different, every school's different, every schedule's different, so it'd be nice for that to translate. If we average 40 a game, I won't complain, but like I said, every team is different. We've had teams at Sachs where there was one year where we went pretty deep in playoffs, but we didn't average but about 35 points a game, and that was, for me, that was a little disappointing, but at the same time, that's just where we were that year, and maybe we, some years you have to slow things down, and you got to, as long as we got one more point than what they have on the scoreboard, I don't care how many we average. So I won't complain if the point totals translate over here.
This for both players. Coach talked about meeting you throughout the process of getting hired and whatnot. what's the transition been like for you guys as players and as leaders for the team? And I know you've had a few weeks, 2 months to now watch that process go. But what are some things you're looking forward to now as you go into fall camp and spring practice or summer practice?
It's been like a good transition. I like how the practices flow and how you do 7-on-7s and all that. And it's gonna be a pretty good year. We just gotta take it one game at a time.
I like the fact that he likes to speed through practice, make it go by fast. We have fun too while we have practice. We'll go out there, we'll work hard, but we'll also have fun. Work really hard in the weight room, conditioning. That's it.
Coach, you're going to have quite the schedule with the 5A region schedule, and oh, by the way, opening with Oxford. That's kind of diving right in for the first head coach.
You know, I wish they'd made it a little bit harder. I wish they'd give us a challenge or something. Yeah, you know, we get to go to Oxford that first game. You know, they're a great program. Obviously, a lot bigger than us, but great program. You know, they hired a really good coach. He's won, I think, 4 state championships or something in the past. Kept a very good one. You know, used to be the head coach at Mumford. You know, Will Wagman as OC. They're going to be good. I mean, I don't mind calling a good team a good team. You know, they're going to be good. Of course, Lincoln's got a lot of guys coming back. I think they're going to have one of their better years, one of their better teams than they've had in a while. And of course, Talladega's been in the playoffs the last 2 years. And you know, non-region schedule is tough, but I mean, you should enjoy that as a player, and you should want to play against really good teams. Of course, the region, I joked around. I told people I stepped out from what I thought, I think what everybody agreed, the toughest region in 3A to the toughest region in 5A. And, you know, Clay Central, who won the 5A state championship, I think they had 3 or 4 losses last year. And, you know, they beat Mortimer Jordan, who I think is only loss, or maybe it was their second loss. I think they were 12-2. But regardless, you know, I think they won 10 straight or something. But, you know, they get knocked out of the playoffs in the semis after beating Clay Central in this regular season. So, I mean, the region is brutal. You know, you got Center Point, who's probably got more athletes than everybody in the region. You know, and the coach is there. He does a really good job. He's been around a couple of different places in Birmingham and has done a really good job in his career. Of course, Sylacauga, I mean, in playoffs every year. You talk about, you know, St. Clair County. They, you know, recently had a new coach, and he was the OC there. We actually coached against each other in 2017, week 5, and had a really good game. Had a war with them that night over there. We were fortunate to come out on top, but you know, he does a very good job offensively, and you know, I'd go down the rest of them. But I mean, it's a tough region. I'm not saying anything y'all don't know. It's a really tough region, and but I mean, at the end of the day, you know, one thing that we, you know, we're going to talk about the playoffs, but you know, like I said, I mentioned earlier, we're not going to have hard set goals where we say we got to make the playoffs or we got to get to this number of wins. We're going to go out and play every day, and we don't care who it is we're playing. And sometimes we're going to play people that are better than us. That don't mean we can't beat them. But you know, we need to embrace the tough schedule, because I mean it's fun playing good teams.
Coach, I'm curious, since you've taken over at Mumford, what have you learned that's a difference between like last year at Sachs at this point in time and this year at Mumford at this point in time?
The cell phone service is awful in Mumford. That's what I've learned. It's terrible. It's terrible. That's been the biggest thing. You know, I was talking to somebody about that earlier. I think the biggest thing is just, you know, so go back to last year, my 7th year as OC, kids retained so much. You know, there were kids that really had been running the same stuff since 7th grade. And so, you know, you could say something to them one time and they were going to fix it because it was just, I mean, I'm talking first day of practice. They could fix something real quick because they've been running it since 7th grade. The installation process and just teaching, whether it's terminology or whether it's scheme or whatever, you know, some kind of technique you may be using that's a little different than what they're used to using. It takes time to install, and it just, I think that's the biggest thing is me as a coach having to learn, hey, sometimes I've got to scale some things back. And there's been several days where I know there was some during the spring where I backed off my original practice schedule because I wanted to slow things down so we would have more learning time. And I think that's just it. Having some kids that are learning stuff new for the first time compared to being in it since they were in 7th grade. So I think that's the biggest thing. But cell phone service, no doubt.
Coach, how many players do you have returning from last year's month team?
I wish I could give you that answer, but I don't know. I really don't know.
Because this was a team that was just a few plays away from making the playoffs.
Yeah, you know, that's what I told everybody taking the job. You know, they were 3-7, but, you know, like talking to Coach Snyder when I got there, you know, they were, I think Sylacauga beat them close, and which I think that game would have put them in the playoffs. They were really close. The Lincoln game was close. Talladega game was close. I mean, realistically, you catch some breaks last year, and they're not 3-7. So, you know, but I haven't, you know, y'all may think I'm crazy, but I've watched no film from last year other than about 15 minutes of a game back after spring was over with, because I didn't want to come in, you know, and I didn't want to base what I was trying to do off of some, you know, kids react to coaches differently, kids react to other kids differently. So, you know, I didn't want to go in with any kind of thought in my mind about these two or anybody else of what they could or couldn't do. I wanted to sit myself on the field. So, you know, I've watched no film from last year other than about 20 minutes of one game, and that was really for something else, to just find out some minor stuff. But I wish I could tell you because I don't know.
Other than the cell service, what for you is the biggest change, I guess, for you from making that step from offensive coordinator to head coach? What's the
Oh man, I feel like this thing right here is another body part. I mean, it never stops. But I'll tell you, I was just talking to somebody about this yesterday too. You know, on February, well, I was just talking about it a while ago too. I ran into Mr. Ball from Talladega Schools, and we were talking for a little while. But the biggest thing, you know, February 26th, had my first child, got a 5-month-old daughter. So I go from there. 2 months later, I take this job, and I'm gonna tell you, every day it's like I'm sitting here doing this, trying to keep my head above water. There's just more things to do, you know, just handling the everyday activities. You know, phones constantly ringing, somebody's constantly wanting something. You know, every once in a while, players say, "Coach, are we practicing tomorrow? Are we working out tomorrow?" Well, yeah, you know, it's on the schedule. Yeah, just little stuff like that I guess you didn't have to do. You know, as an assistant coach, just trying to manage the everyday process. That's everyday duties, essentially. I know y'all got some more questions for these guys. Y'all can fire away at them.
Well, I do actually. The installation process for you guys, what's that been like? I don't know that you got it's a limited time during the spring getting all these things in. We'll start with Lance, LJ, and then also with you, Coach. Have you comment on just how that part has been, the terminology, the signs, and getting everything down from a game day standpoint?
Well, it's pretty difficult trying to learn everything brand new because, you know, I've been playing for high school for 3 years. I had all the stuff in my memory, and it just wiped away when we got a new coach. But he's really made it simple and easy for us to learn. It's nothing that we can't learn before we got to play.
It's been easy. Like the first 3 days, they're probably the hardest, but after that, he broke it down so you can understand it, and it's been really easy and fun ever since then.
I think the biggest thing as a coach when you're starting to install stuff new is you got to figure out what your kids can you know, take in and process, and how fast they can process it. So that was, you know, going back, I'm just thinking back to spring. You know, we didn't put helmets on. We didn't put pads on the first 3 days of practice. And it's like I told them, we didn't play. We played 7-on-7 against each other this year, but we were going to play a few 7-on-7s against other schools. But I just didn't feel like we were ready. You know, it's because of we're just not where we need to be in our installation process. So I'm more worried about us than I am anything. So I've had to backtrack a little bit and, you know, maybe take my installation schedule and tweak it a little bit to make sure I'm getting my point across to them and make sure they're understanding it. Because at the end of the day, I mean, you know, these coaches that can sit up there with this playbook that's that thick, if your kids don't know what they're doing, then what are you getting accomplished? So you know, I'm a simple guy. I try to keep things simple. So, you know, just I've had to tweak it a little bit. Just again, it's new to them. It's brand new to them, and so I try to see what they can handle, and then when they can handle a little bit more, I throw a little bit more at them, and then if I need to back off, I can back off a little bit.
On top of your duties of being a new dad and,
oh, yeah.
and a head coach, are you adding play calling to that as well? You've done it forever.
Yeah, you know, somebody asked me, I don't remember, it was one of y'all that called me right after I took the job. I don't remember which one it was, but asked me if I would continue to call plays. I said yes. I said at least in the near future, because that's all I've done for 7 years. I don't, I think I'd drive myself crazy during the game if I wasn't. But I've got some really good assistant coaches that have brought some good stuff to us to add on, to add to what we do and tweak some stuff that we did at Sachs. Coach Snyder was at Montford last year as the OC, and he's my run game coordinator. And he brings he's got a very wide knowledge of the run game, and he played at Florida State, coached at Florida State, and so being able to add what he has and what he knows to the run game, and hired a guy from Demopolis as my Coach Sanders from Demopolis as my pass game coordinator and receivers coach, and just let him bring some of the pass game in. It's been a good merge. Everything fits together, and that, the main reason I wanted to get those guys and give them the responsibility that I did. But I'm gonna be able to rely on them a lot, and in games, they're going to be the guys that I rely on to make some adjustments and stuff. And even though I'm still calling the plays, I'm not just giving them a title to give them a title. I'm gonna work them, and it's gonna make them better coaches too. So
one quick thing on the macro level, what you just said kind of reminds me of this kind of trend where the head coach is taking a lot of the play calling duties, being guys like Sean McVay with the LA Rams, Gus Malzahn doing it this year with Auburn. What's that trend been like? Is that something that you've seen that you feel like, hey, it's worked on the highest level of football, it's still being incorporated?
I think it's got to be. It depends on what type of coach you are. I've coached under a coach that was he was a really good head coach, but he let his coaches coach, and he wanted, he didn't want to mess with play calling, and he was going to want to know what you were running, but that fit his personality. And like Coach Miller at Sachs, he still called the defense the last 7 years. But that's what fits his personality. It all comes down to what fits your personality. And you bring up Gus Malzahn, very innovative mind, great offensive mind. But if you're sitting there as a head coach, if you give a play caller duties to somebody, you're gonna have to let them. You're gonna have to let them play call, because if you don't, and you're sitting there trying to jump in and say, well, this right here, it kind of disrupts the flow of the game. And as a play caller, you kind of get in a rhythm. Now, sometimes as a play caller, there's some guys that go out there and it don't matter what rhythm you have, the 11 on the other side of the ball is not going to let you move it. But my point is, there's you got to do what fits your personality and what you're used to doing. And if you're a CEO type coach, hire your guys, let them coach. For me, I'm a play caller. It would drive me crazy, I think, right now to have to turn over play calling duties, because I don't feel like I could back off and let the guy do their job, just to be honest with you. And I think it's just got to be something that fits your personality and how you like to coach.
Coach, you talk about flow of the game. With the addition of 40-second cut play clock, how does that change things from an offensive standpoint, or does it?
That's going to be debated a lot this year, and I'm curious to see how it's going. Curious to see what schools like it and what schools don't. I don't think it will change anything for us. I think that you're going to have to be very aware of when that guy puts his hand up, because as soon as that ball's spotted, the official's putting his hand up, and that 40 seconds running. I wish I felt one way about it, but I really don't right now. But as far as the flow of the game goes, if the officials, let's talk fast-paced offense. If somebody's running a fast-paced offense and the officials are doing a good job spotting the ball and getting it going, that's a game changer. You could go a lot faster, but at the same time, you get to the end of a game, and where normally, I'm just being honest with you, coaches, with the 25-second play clock, if you're up at the end of the game, you're telling those running backs, lay on the field, lay on the ground as long as you can, get up slow, hand the ball to the official slow to bleed a few extra seconds off that clock. Well, now that takes all that out. So it's just going to be different to see what people, I'm curious to see teams that are in a huddle that run a slower paced offense. I'm curious to see what they think about it, and I'm curious to see what these teams that run fast-paced offenses that want to snap the ball within 10 seconds of the ball or the end of the next play or something like that. I'm curious to see what both sides think about it, because I don't have an opinion on it right now.
Coach, which one of those are you? Which one of those coaches are you?
You ever seen Talladega Nights? I like to go fast, and then a quote in there, I like to go fast. But I'm also, it depends on what my quarterback can do, and really what my offense as a whole can do, because everything I've always done offensively, we tried to build off our quarterback. If our quarterback strengths wasn't running the ball, we didn't run the ball. I mean, we didn't make him run the ball as much. We would RPO it more, where his pull was a throw. When we had quarterbacks that could run the ball very well, then his pull read was a run. It just you got to fit what what your quarterback does best and what your offensive lineman does. There were times at sacks where, as an example, we had linemen that did a really good job pulling and getting out in space and blocking, and we were able to do more stuff where we were pulling guys and getting them out in space, run some pin and pull stuff and getting them out in space and blocking. But if you don't have that, then you can't do it. So it just quarterback first, O-line second, and then, I mean, here's the thing. If I need to use 39 seconds of the play clock to win a game every play, I'll use 39 seconds every play. If we need to snap it as fast as possible to win a game, we'll do it, whatever I need to do.
Coach, Munford's program has done a great job as of late of producing Division I prospects, and one of the players from last year's team, Justin Sistrux, received quite a few offers.
Mm-hmm.
What's his role going to be in your style of offense?
Well, the thing about Justin, he's technically playing some running back for us. The thing about Justin is he's athletic enough to get him out of the box and get him outside and get him out on the perimeter and stuff. We're going to see, and he's going to be a guy he's going to be on the field for us offensively, but he's also, he's going to be one of our better defensive players. So, we're going to be smart with his reps on offense. Especially early in the year, I'm very careful, and we'll have a coach charting this, but I'm very careful about guys that I don't want any kid having to play every snap both ways. So, a guy like Justin, who I really don't want to come off the field defensively, I got to be smart with his offensive plays. So, I think he's big enough and strong enough to run the ball between the tackles. He's athletic enough and he can catch the ball well enough to get him out on the perimeter. So, I'll be honest with you, you may see him all over the field from sideline to sideline, and you may see him everywhere. So, just wherever it fits.
Coach, you have an idea yet of who else might be running the ball?
We have a couple guys. Of course, our Jay Tuck, our quarterback. He's athletic enough. He's one of those guys that he could have fit in any offense we ran any year at Saks because of his skill set. From the quarterback position, he'll run the ball some. T.J. Johnson, probably one of the best pure athletes on the team. He's never played running back before. He's still learning. He played defense for the last 3 years, and I don't think he knew how to take a handoff first day of spring practice. But he's super athletic, and I think we were in the gym one day. What was that, about Thursday of the first week of practice, where we got rain, and we were in the gym, and I didn't really know who could do what at that point. And I saw him get up there and touch the rim, and I think he touched the rim about right there, and he's not but 5'10", 5'11", and I said, that guy's got some athleticism. So it's, to be honest with you, it's probably going to be a collection of guys. I've got to be smart with them though, because I got several guys that can play both sides of the ball. But at our level with the teams we're playing, and they're sitting there in two platooning, I can't play a guy but 50 snaps on both sides of the ball. I can't. If I do, by the end of the third quarter, he's going to be gassed. And I say that he'll probably have to play a ton of that, but he's also probably in shape better than anybody else on the team. But yeah.
So, Coach, you lose on the cell service, but you win on the not having to change the color of your wardrobe.
Absolutely. It's funny because my wife, when when I was going through the process, and the one thing she said, well, if you get a head job somewhere else, this whole closet's going to be gone, because 75% of it's red, white, and gray. And so, of course, the day that Mr. Hill called and offered the job, I called my wife. I said, well, just got the job offer. And she goes, that's great, whatever. And we were talking, and I said, won't have to change my wardrobe. So that was beneficial. In fact, I say this, I shouldn't say this out loud, but I don't own a Mumford shirt yet because they hadn't come in yet. So that's the reason I went with a blank shirt. But luckily, I've had this one long enough and didn't have to change too much of my wardrobe.
Okay, if there are no further questions, that wraps up the Mumford High School session of the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. I think Coach Pat Fitzgerald would like football in Mumford. and no cell reception. Next up, we have the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors.
Don't crack under the pressure of foundation issues. The certified specialists at Ox Foundation Solutions can permanently fix foundation problems at the best price guaranteed. And did you know, moisture and unsafe air from your crawl space can infiltrate your home, causing health hazards and high utility bills. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
The USS Alabama is a World War II-era battleship that first served in the Atlantic Theater, but was better known for helping to take Japanese-held islands in the Pacific between 1943 and 1945. During the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the Alabama's state-of-the-art radar alerted the fleet to incoming aircraft, providing the Americans enough time to scramble fighters and decimate the attacking force. Later, the Alabama served during the Battle of Leyte Gulf and anchored in Tokyo Bay to unload Allied occupation forces. In 1964, the state of Alabama took possession of the battleship. Alabama schoolchildren raised $100,000 in nickels and dimes to help bring the ship to Mobile and create Battleship Memorial Park. The park features the Alabama, the World War II-era submarine USS Drum, and an American military aircraft collection. Battleship Memorial Park is one of the state's most visited attractions.
Singer Percy Sledge was one of the most identifiable voices in the genre of country soul, which emerged from Muscle Shoals in the mid-1960s. In 1966, Sledge recorded his most iconic song, When a Man Loves a Woman. The song topped Billboard's Top 100 for 16 weeks. Percy Sledge's career spanned 5 decades. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2005.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Call a local company you can trust. Ox Foundation Solutions. We use the most advanced water management system to stop water from invading your basement for good. Things feeling a little uneven at home? Ox Foundation Solutions will fix your uneven concrete sidewalk, driveway, or basement in no time. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
Get along down the road, we got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
They gave me Vicodin after my knee surgery. They kept prescribing it, so I kept taking it. I didn't know it would be this addictive. I didn't know how far I'd go to get more.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
Okay. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors. ASD is coached by Paul Kulick, who will be entering his 13th season. He's unavailable to attend today due to an illness. Filling in is assistant coach Cedric Tyson. Representing the Silent Warriors today, we have Tanner Wood and Cullen Crook. Silent Warriors had a 5-4 record in 2018 and opened the season at Valley Head on August the 30th.
Coach Tyson, just first of all, what's your role with the team as assistant coach? But do you coach a position at all on the team?
I'm in the offensive
I'm the offensive coordinator.
Yeah. And I call the plays.
I call the plays.
Also, I'm the linebacker coach too.
And also, I'm the linebacker coach as well.
Yeah.
What's the main goal for ASD entering this season? I know this is Coach Kulick's second season back at the helm for ASD, and building off that 5-4 season seems like something that I think he would want to do, right?
Yes, I want to continue.
Yes, we do want to continue to build on that. The goal for this year, we lost about 7 seniors.
And I got a lot of young boys.
And so we have a lot of young men on the team this year. So I think the most important thing for us is to build character as a team. I think it's very important for these young boys to know that, to develop those leadership skills and become role models.
So about I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's the first interview. So the most important thing really is to build the character of the team.
Have a good to try to be a good example.
And just set a good example for the community and the school.
Also, I want the boys
and also,
to play together as a team.
We like the boys to play together as a team.
I think that will take care of it.
And I think that'll take care of itself. The rest of it
will.
Last season, y'all incorporated some students from ASB, and that led to a very interesting development. You have a student from the Alabama School for the Blind who plays quarterback for the program. Talk about Tanner Woods, what he does for the offense and how he helps get everybody ready to execute the plays out there.
Well, he has
he has very good leadership skills.
I know the first few games.
In the first few games we struggled, and then Tanner started playing quarterback for us, and just everything changed overnight, really. The boys have a lot of respect for him, and he just kept everyone together and kept them playing hard as a team. I saw a lot of potential in him as a quarterback.
He had a
his mobility skills are great, and he also helped everybody understand where the weaknesses were in the defense. And the boys on the line had a hard time. Some of them had a hard time understanding the plays. He helped with that, so it was a very big advantage for us. And also, Tanner started learning sign language, and he was able to communicate with the boys, and that was great. And they all worked together as a team.
And with the style of offense you run, I think it's like a wing T, single wing style of offense. How does that kind of mesh with Tanner's skills?
We start with shotgun.
Well, we started with the shotgun at first, and then when Tanner became quarterback, we did change to the double wing. And that matched him because he was under the center to get the snap, to call the plays. And with the shotgun and the snap, that was a little bit of a struggle for him, so that's why we had to change that double wing. So he's there under center. And it worked out great for him. We had better ball control. And also he was able to communicate with the center also. And because our center this year is totally deaf, so it's going to be a lot easier for him to communicate that way too.
Here's a question. This question's for Tanner. Talk about your experience last year getting to play quarterback and what a unique opportunity that is for you, and being able to contribute to the success of this team.
Yes, sir. Well, I remember when we were at the Jamboree against Victory Christian, Coach Cedric asked me, do you want to go out there and play quarterback? Come on, do it. At first, I was very nervous to do it, and I didn't know what to expect. So I stayed in my normal position, which was wide receiver at the time. And then I started to transfer more into the quarterback position, starting to learn the ropes more about it. And so adapting to it was quite easy for me. And just in all and out, it was just a better experience for me to realize that, hey, I may be blind, but with deaf people on my team, that doesn't mean anything to me, because if you have a disability or not, we're all on the field. The only thing different about us is our numbers.
Yeah. And what is your goal in your second season, getting to play that spot for this team and being able to push them forward, help them build on the successes that y'all had last year?
My goal would be to have more leadership, more motivation in the team, more heart and drive, and I would like to have more passing, because once you start to run the ball a lot, I'm sure the defense will get used to it, and passing and running would be a great thing to do. And in and all, as my last season, I would like to go out with a bang, and I'd rather hopefully this year improve my skills and the whole team to improve their skills.
Coach, talk about the competition that y'all have against like all the deaf schools and the differences and challenges that come with playing against schools for deaf versus playing schools like Valley Head and the other schools that at that level.
The challenges, well,
of course,
is very competitive.
every deaf school, when they play each other, are very competitive.
That's
different, because the energy of the game is a lot higher. You know, the boys are much more pumped up, and it's good. It's good for us as a team when we're playing those other schools.
You know, I think the boys really enjoy playing.
I think the boys really enjoy playing against the other deaf schools.
They can play football too.
Yeah, I mean, because again, you're just showing that the deaf can play football also.
But we are the best.
And it's a good thing. I think we have the best. Last year we were the Mason-Dixon national champions. We beat about 4 or 5 deaf schools last year. So
I think we are pretty much.
I think we're pretty much on target this year also.
We're going
to make sure we're not going to let anybody beat us this year, deaf schools.
Last year, you won 4 of your last 5 games, losing only to Galesville. Put up big numbers in that game. What do you take moving forward?
Well, I learned because we had a lot.
Well, what we take is we had a lot of injuries in that game. But we had a lot of boys that have to step up, and so I was really impressed with our younger boys.
I can see what we need to do to.
And I was able to see what we needed to work on to improve for this year.
I think because of that,
so I think because of that, the younger boys were able to get some experience against Garrelsville.
They were ready to show what they can do.
And they helped them become ready to show what they can do this fall.
Really hurt us the most.
So it's the injuries that really hurt us the most in that game.
Talk about the challenges and differences that you face when you're playing 11-man football versus 8-man football. I know in the games against the deaf schools, there's some of those that were 8-on-8 competition.
Mm-hmm. Well, the challenges.
Well, the challenges. It gets confusing for the boys.
Especially who pull, who don't pull.
Who's going to pull and who's not going to pull, and
we have to eliminate 2 players.
Because you eliminate 2 players off. Although,
how the offense runs is
and
just
so how the
completely
offense
different
runs
than
is
11.
completely different
I
than
think how the
11
way we
on
started this
11.
year, I think the first
I was looking at our
game
schedule
was
this year, and I think our first several games are 11 on 11, then we got some that are 8-8, and our last game's 11 on 11. So,
because it can be confusing for the
but
kids.
it's the challenge is it gets confusing for the kids.
How difficult was it to lose some of these the bigger players that y'all had on the roster? Like I believe Angelo Simon, he graduated from last season.
Yes, Zachary Beaver, our best center that we've had. Oh, did a great job on the offensive line to get both of them on the line together. So hopefully we'll have somebody step up and fill those holes. Fill their shoes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I think
I think also Jacob Johnson, one of our guards, he was good at pulling. So
I think we lost 3 other linemen.
So we lost about 3 linemen. So
I'm hoping we can find.
Hopefully we'll find somebody to replace them, and we'll be all right.
Yeah, we have a lot of good bodies in wide receiving.
We got a lot of good.
We have a lot of running ball.
Good running backs and receivers. So
I hope we can move the ball a lot.
Hopefully we'll be able to move the ball a lot this fall.
With the young boys.
With the younger boys.
This question's for both the players. What are the or what's the differences in this year's team coming up versus last year's team, and what are you going to miss about getting to play with Zach Beaver and some of the other seniors that have gone?
Well, the communication was excellent. With Zachary as center, we did great, and we had a student from the blind school that graduated also, but we were able to communicate and understand what's going on. So the team last year was great. I loved it.
Like Colin said, just gonna miss them, but especially, when I came over, I wasn't the only one to come over. I also had 2 other buddies of mine, Jordan Carter, who graduated. He was a right guard, and Damian Winfrey, he is now an 8th grader. He's gonna do great things, I know. But what I'm gonna miss mainly is how close we were. Like, the starting lineup was very close. We all connected. But on some days there were some arguments, but we all, at the end of the day, we all did realize that one of us was wrong, and we were a man enough to step up and say, hey, I was wrong about this. You were right. My bad. And I'm just going to miss that. And I think with the older kids, the veterans who have stayed, I think we need to teach the younger kids who are moving up that it's about the team. And I think the linemen, they need to know that the play doesn't happen unless they do their job. It all starts with them. It all starts on the snap. So we all need to buckle up and get ready, because we're going to have something to prove this year.
Who are you going to have as the focal points in the run game? I believe, didn't E.J. Wilkins graduate too, or is he still?
Yeah. He graduated, yes.
Yeah.
And Corey McKinney as well. Was he a senior?
Corey, he's a junior.
He's a senior this year, and I think also Michael Page will also be a focal point.
I'm sure there's more.
I'm sure there's more, but we'll find out more this fall.
Tanner, what was it like for you to be able to lead this team to be the Mason-Dixon champions? And what are you and Cullen looking forward to as far as being able to try to get the team back to that point?
Well, I had to say it was a great experience to not only face deaf schools, but also public schools. And the fact of the matter that sometimes we don't get respect from public schools until we have to play them, which, that's how the saying is, you don't get respect, respect is earned. And so I think this year we're gonna have to earn a lot more respect in the football community, because I know we're a little 1A school, But I think if we just put our heart, mind, and power to it, I think we could all accomplish something good. And the Dixon Mason Championship, it was a great thing to win. It was very humbling to me to realize that just because I have a disability doesn't mean I'm not a champion. It means I just have to work harder for things. If I can't see it, I'm that type of person that if you tell me no, I'm gonna do it, because I don't like being told no. If I know I can do it, I'm gonna prove it. And I think proving that I can be a quarterback for the deaf school, being visually impaired, and I think it was just a great experience to me. So, yeah.
And what position does Cullen Crook play on the team?
I'm second string quarterback and second string tight end and middle linebacker first string.
And talk about what Cullen Crook brings to the team, Coach.
Oh, well, I mean, as a linebacker,
As a linebacker, yeah, he puts a lot of pressure on the defense. And he does a great job at leading,
in the game situation.
especially in the different game situations.
He can stop the good running plays.
He can stop the running plays. I mean, he's just fast all around.
He can play quarterback.
He can get through the offensive line, quarterback. Like I said, sometimes we deal with injuries, so he's able to step in, and fill in when needed. So, I mean, he just can play any position, just all around. He does great.
The only other question I have is, this is just for my knowledge, how is the Mason-Dixon Championship determined? Do y'all have like a separate postseason for that, or how does that work?
Well, there was two. That's two in the South.
Well, in the South, there's really two main deaf schools in the South. That's Florida and Alabama right now. Before, Georgia and Tennessee used to be up there, but they've gotten smaller. So now you just really have Alabama and Florida. So whoever wins the game between Alabama and Florida usually will win the Mason-Dixon Championship. Oh, you're welcome.
In what might have been the top quote of the day so far from Tanner Wood, just because I have a disability doesn't mean I can't be a champion. That concludes the Alabama School for the Deaf portion of the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. Up next and last, the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers.
Don't crack under the pressure of foundation issues. The certified specialists at Ox Foundation Solutions can permanently fix foundation problems at the best price guaranteed. And did you know, moisture and unsafe air from your crawl space can infiltrate your home, causing health hazards and high utility bills. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
The USS Alabama is a World War II-era battleship that first served in the Atlantic Theater, but was better known for helping to take Japanese-held islands in the Pacific between 1943 and 1945. During the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the Alabama's state-of-the-art radar alerted the fleet to incoming aircraft, providing the Americans enough time to scramble fighters and decimate the attacking force. Later, the Alabama served during the Battle of Leyte Gulf and anchored in Tokyo Bay to unload Allied occupation forces. Forces. In 1964, the state of Alabama took possession of the battleship. Alabama school children raised $100,000 in nickels and dimes to help bring the ship to Mobile and create Battleship Memorial Park. The park features the Alabama, the World War II-era submarine USS Drum, and an American military aircraft collection. Battleship Memorial Park is one of the state's most visited attractions.
Singer Percy Sledge was one of the most identifiable voices in the genre of country soul, which emerged from Muscle Shoals in the mid-1960s. In 1966, Sledge recorded his most iconic song, When a Man Loves a Woman. The song topped Billboard's Top 100 for 16 weeks. Percy Sledge's career spanned 5 decades. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2005.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Call a local company you can trust. Ox Foundation Solutions. We use the most advanced water management system to stop water from invading your basement for good. Things feeling a little uneven at home? Ox Foundation Solutions will fix your uneven concrete sidewalk, driveway, or basement in no time. Ox Foundation Solutions has the best plan to keep your home safe. If you are experiencing any issues with your sidewalks, basement, crawl space, or foundation, get a free estimate from Ox Foundations.
Get along on down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
Welcome back to the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Our final session of the day features the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers, coached by Adam Fawcett. He's entering his second season at Comer. Representing the Tigers today, we have Kobe McCain, Raphael Johnson, and Jacob Price. The Tigers compete in Class 3A Region 6, also known as the SEC West. 2018, the Tigers had a 2-8 record. They opened up the season at Winterboro on August the 30th.
Coach, you talked about the summer and the young man that you brought with you today.
Summer's been good, man. It's been a quick summer. We have flown through it. I was telling the guys the other day, school's getting ready to start, which we all enjoy summer. I enjoy when school's back in because I know where these guys are 12 hours out of the day, and that makes me rest easy. But we've had a great summer. We're averaging about 50 guys at workouts. That's 7 through 12, 7th through 12th grade. So numbers are good right now. Numbers are really good. And we have, it's about building a program. And you talk about 2 years ago, when I got here, hey, Coach, this team finished with 13 players. And then we finished last year with 30 players. And now we've got 50 kids, 7 through 12, that are working out Monday through Thursday on a consistent basis at 7 o'clock in the morning, doing all the things that they're supposed to do. So we're headed in the right direction. These guys that are with me are part of the reason we're headed in the right direction. Kobe McCain will be a senior. Kobe has matured a ton from the first day I walked in the door, and is doing a good job for us, especially weight room wise. He's really bought into the weight room, which is key. We were behind in the weight room, and we're still behind, but we fill out our shirts a little bit better. You know, it's kind of a 3-year deal. You got to get caught up in the weight room, so to speak. But he's done a good job with that. He's a leader for us on the offensive and defensive line, and kind of carries those guys and picks them up when they need to be picked up, and he gets on them when they need to be got on to. So Jacob Price. Jacob is new to us. I've been trying to get Jacob out, and he hasn't played for me yet. But Jacob is a leader through and through. If you want to see something done right in the weight room, Jacob does it right. If you want to know somebody that's not doing something right, find Jacob, and he's going to be telling them how to do it right. And his approach is amazing. Like he's so wise for his young age. His approach is great. He knows which kids he knows how to do it. You know, in coaching, you have to handle kids differently. So some kids may be able to be, you know, you can get on them sternly. Some kids, you got to talk to them, say, hey, look, we got to fix this. He does a great job with that, especially with our young guys and getting their technique right and things like that. So, and he's not, I watched him yesterday at one of our OTAs. He's not the biggest guy on the field. He's not the fastest guy on the field, but he makes up for it because he doesn't mess up. Like he does what he's supposed to do. He's the definition of being coachable, which is amazing and a lot of fun he's a lot of fun to coach. Gentleman sitting to my right, Raphael Johnson. Raphael has matured a ton in the year that I've been here. He'll be a junior and he knows it. I don't know if it's come to realization for him, but he knows that there will be a lot of weight on his shoulders coming into the season. He will be our tailback and there will be a lot of workload for him. So he's done a great job for us as far as the new role and learning the offense and getting us through spring. So he rushed for right at or a little less than 300 yards in the spring game. So we've got a lot of good things going for us as far as that goes, and that's a testament to him as far as buying into the program and buying into the weight program and doing what we've asked him to do as coaches. So. These three guys, and we have others. You know, I could bring about 6 or 7 other guys up here that are really integral parts to our team and to our program. But these three guys are great representatives of our school and our program, and they're going to represent our team great today. So.
I mean, what do you want to come to your second year at Comatose?
You know, it's a big. There's such big steps. So like the first step last year was hey, let's get numbers. You know, we got to have guys. We got to have kids to play. So you know, that first step is getting the numbers and getting the expectations in line. So year 2, you're still building. You're still processing that program build and. You know, we want to be competitive. We want to go out and compete. Yesterday at OTA, we're talking. We competed against Sylacauga, Shelby County, and Montgomery Catholic. You know, pretty quality programs. All of them bigger than we are. You know, by far. And we go out and compete. We made mistakes. We did some things that need to be improved on, but we competed. And I want to see us compete. A couple weeks ago, we go to the FCA 7-on-7 at Childersburg. We go 3-1-1 in pool play. We're the number 1 seed. We get a first round bye, and then we draw Chelsea. We lose to Chelsea on a last. They're up 2-1. We throw a last minute ball up, and the kid catches it. The official calls him short of the goal line to tie the game up against Chelsea. They didn't play anybody both ways. We're playing guys both ways nonstop. We didn't play anybody both ways. And it just kind of shows, hey, whether they're tired, whatever it is, we're going to go out and compete. We're going to compete to the end. And the best part, and I told these guys this, I said the best part about it to me is when it was over with, and they all went back to the tent, we're changing shoes and stuff, is it hurt. Like it was good that it hurt. You know, last year we went to the same 7-on-7. We do okay. We win some games. We win the first game in tournament play, and then we play Pell City and get beat. And all the guys were like, man, we did pretty good, you know. It wasn't like, oh, man, we got beat. This year it's like, we should have never lost. You know, so that was a big thing in just growing and developing and getting better as a team. So no matter how you slice it or dice it or look at it, the region is what it is. And you have to appreciate that, and you have to be prepared for that mentally and physically. You know, I'll never lie to my guys. I'll never sugarcoat it. I'm very upfront and honest with them, and they know the region will be tough. They know that the numbers are still, even though we have good numbers, you know, a lot of our numbers are younger grades. Even though we have good numbers, we still play Piedmont, who plays maybe 3 guys both ways. We have Sachs, who might play 2 guys both ways. You know, I mean, it's just it's a numbers game. And when you get to that situation and you get to that point, you run out of gas. It doesn't matter what kind of condition you're in, you run out of gas, and then it's off to the races. You know, you look at Piedmont. Piedmont played for a state championship. At halftime of the Piedmont game at Piedmont, we're down 14-0. And the first play of the game, we have a little gimmick play that we worked on in practice, and we overthrow our receiver by fingertips. And if he catches it, he's still running today. You know, so it's a matter of depth. It's a matter of you know, getting those younger guys to where they can play. And we have a few guys. We really have some 9th and 10th graders that are on the cusp of being able to start for us. And I tell them all the time, guys, just show me that you can play. If you can come in and play, then we can start platooning guys, and we can start changing some things up where starters can get a break and come off for a couple plays. Hey, rest up. Let's talk offense. Let's fix this up, or talk defense and fix some things and move forward.
Covered a lot of stuff in there, Coach.
I'm on it. Hey.
When you talk about that depth and strength and having the players buy in, when you get into the season and keeping that motivation level high for them as you continue to make those steps. Talk a little bit about that process in this region and moving forward.
The big thing for us is we're and it's so cliche, it's awful, but we're one game at a time. You know, my focus is Winterboro at this point. I know it's down the road and what's after Winterboro, but we're going to focus on that one game, that one. You know, let's take care of those 4 quarters, and then we'll take care of the next 4 quarters, and the next 4 quarters, and so forth and so on. But the kind of the camaraderie and the bond that's being built is, I think the energy will be there. Like it's a different feeling. I've done this at a lot of different levels, and I've had success at, you know, I had success at Winterboro and Chillsburg, and we had good teams there, and you know, I'm not claiming stake to winning, you know, 10, 15 games this season, but I feel like there's just a different feeling with our guys. There's a different, kind of a different mentality of it all. You know, on their worst day, on these guys' worst day, they're still fun to be around most of the time. And it's not always like that in coaching. I mean, some days in coaching, it's just truth being true. Some days in coaching, you don't want to be around them. You know, it's just, some days they just make you mad.
You look at one of the teams in the region, in particular, Pleasant Valley. There's a team that had been down for a number of years, and Coach Nix comes in there, and many of the things that you're espousing here, you know, building of the strength and what he has done with that. Do you see yourself in a similar?
Yeah, I see something similar. Coach Nix does a great job with those guys, and I know what kind of where Pleasant Valley had come from. So yeah, it's one of those situations where yeah, we're trying to build for the long haul, and I always try to have a 3, 4, 5 year plan. You know, I have a vision of what Comer athletics, Comer football should look like in 5 years, and as I pace my vision, I see, you know, we're pretty well on track with where we need to be, and it's if we stay on track to where we need to be, years 3, 4, and 5 look pretty good. You know.
I think that's what I saw on your team, you know, last year in Randolph County a few years ago when they made the transition 2A to 3A and came into that SEC of the West, but they battled. They came in and the physicality was there, and they battled, and I saw that in you last year.
Yeah, that's one thing. You know, you go back to last season and look at last season. You can't. I don't really recall times. There may be 1 or 2 games where I thought we just kind of laid down. Other than that, we battled as tough as we could and as hard as we could. We had guys. I think that grit that they had was probably the most surprising thing, because I didn't expect it to be I just didn't expect it to be there. I kind of thought maybe they would be a little softer than they were. And I mean, that's not a knock on them. It's just I thought, man, after the tough road that they had, you know, it's easy just to, you know, let's go out here and lay down and give up 100 points, and then we can go home. So, but yeah, I think that was a big thing to take from a big point to take from last year, is that we didn't lay down. We played hard. We had our back was against the wall a lot of times, and we would just continue to keep on getting after it.
Coach, would you say that if you can compete in this region, you're championship material?
If you can compete in this region, most definitely. I mean, it's you look at 3 of the 4 teams that made the playoffs. They were third round or better. 2 of them played each other in the semifinals, and 1 got to play for a state championship. So, that's a lot of talent, a lot of good football in one region. So, you know, it's one of those deals where in our region in our region, just like you said, SEC West type mentality. Every Friday night in region play, they're beating the crap out of each other. You know, like, it's physical, and you don't know from week to week. And as a coach, you have to adapt to that, because, and if you don't know your players and you don't know, you know, if you just kind of have a closed mind and have blinders on, and you don't know how your players are mentally and physically, you're gonna run them in the ground. You know, you can't. You may have a full pad all out practice on Mondays, but if that's what you stick to week in and week out, and your kids are coming off a big game and just worn out, you may have to adapt to that. You may have to change your plan a little bit for the benefit of the kids, because when they're worn out, you got to be able to make sure that they're at their best available.
Just for all 3 players, talk about the off-season, the spring, how that all flowed, and some of the things that Coach alluded to, building this team up in the 2019 season, and some of the things you're looking forward to as you go into this year. We'll start with Jacob. We'll go down.
I definitely look forward to getting my teammates there. The coaches push leadership on us a lot, and I'm looking forward to be able to play with a lot of my other teammates that also call leaders.
Basically, just like getting to build with my team, going into the season doing better than last year. But spring was good.
Going into the next season, I'm looking forward to it, because everybody says, yeah, I'm gonna be there when adversity strikes. But when Piedmont or Randolph County or Sachs really comes, we're gonna see who's really there when adversity strikes. In the spring game, we faced adversity and we overcame it well, I think, in my eyes.
I mean, Raphael, Coach said you had 300 yards in the spring game. Just talk about being the man in the backfield and carrying the load.
It was based on like my offensive line, the good blocking they was doing for me, give me like good gaps and all that, and my fullback doing a good job blocking for me. Basically gave me them yards.
And guys, what do you want to accomplish this season?
Well, I want to come is like getting better as a team, like Coach saying, like with the numbers, like getting more players onto the team. As soon as we start winning, you'll see more and more people coming out with us. Yeah.
I would like me and my team to grow as men, and I would really like to see our record get turned around. Because last year we went 2-8, and it'd be great if we went 8-2 this year. That's something we're definitely all working towards.
Going into my senior year, I really want to see us grow, not only physically and mentally, but grow more together as a team and play more as a team, instead of I'm going to do this for me because it would look better for me, and instead do your job to benefit the team so we can go to the playoffs, maybe the second round, third round, as far as we can.
I mean, Coach, what do you consider the strength of this team?
Right now, the strength of the team is probably the team itself. I mean, it's again, it goes back to that building of leadership, and that our leadership exposes itself at very odd times right now, and it's kind of a neat thing to see. It's odd to me sometimes because, you know, I literally had at the 7-on-7 at Shrewsbury, our quarterback's brother was a receiver, and the receiver, he didn't do what he was supposed to do, and he sent him off the field. You know, if you can't get it done, go. If you're tired, get off the field. Give me somebody else. And that's a form of leadership. You know, that's stepping up and saying, hey, you know, if you're not the guy right now, then give me somebody else that can do it. And that's a lot. Not only is that a teammate, but that's your brother that you're kind of putting on the spot, saying, hey man, you either get it done or get off the field. So I think our leadership, I think our resiliency. I preach adversity to these guys all the time. You know, we're and I've always stood on these blocks, but we're building men. You know, we're not. High school football's over, and then what do? You know, very few people get to play college sports and college football. So we're trying to build these guys as men. We're trying to help them overcome obstacles through sport, so that they can make better decisions in life about certain things that happen and deal with adversity in life. So, you know, if we can utilize sport to do that, and it helps them out down the road, then we've done our job as a coaching staff. Because if losing a football game on Friday night is the worst thing that ever happens to you, you're gonna have a great life.
Coach, most people say that turning around a program starts with a signature win, one of those Friday nights where you wind up beating somebody that folks like us think you shouldn't beat. Your schedule sets up real nice for that this year. You've got the big three
at home
from the region coming to you.
Yes we do. Yeah, the home schedule is interesting. It's like you said, the big three all come to us. So and that, you know, that win, that you know, that stealing a win or whatever it's called, you know, that's one of those moments that you're waiting on. That's one of those things that, and you, like, you can kind of feel when it's happening as it's happening in a game. I've been in that situation before, and you kind of start feeling, man, we're gonna win this ball game. We just gotta keep doing what we're doing. We're gonna win this ball game. So. Yeah, it would be a wonderful experience. I think being at home will help us out a ton. You know, last year everything was new. You know, this Fawcett guy, he's been in the county before. We'll see what he's got. You know, what's he going to do, and this, that, and the other. So, you know, what's going to happen next? And so we had some good draws. We had some good crowds. You know, and I expect that again this year. The support and the support from especially alumni, like people are wanting to cling back to, hey man, we're from Comer. You know, you hear a lot of people now in conversation, we'll talk about whatever, and they're like, hey, I'm from Comer, and I'm like, well, come to games. You know, be there and be supportive. Or people I don't even know will talk to me. Well, go to Walmart. You want to talk to people, go to Walmart, okay? But people I don't even know, I'm trying to get eggs and milk, and they're like, Coach, you're doing good things over there, man. We love what we hear. Thanks. I don't really know who you are, but thanks. You know, I appreciate it. So so there's a lot of that support. There's a lot of that camaraderie and that pride coming back, and that's what I tell our guys and our athletes in general all the time is we want to be seen when we're in the community and people see us. We want people to be proud of that. We want somebody to say, I went to that high school. You know, that's a Comer athlete right there. And I went to school there, and they can tell their memories and things like that, you know. And you have to look at the history, and you look based on whatever decade it may be. Comer was a real deal, guys. I mean, you look back in the history books and you look at what Coach Overton accomplished and the things that he did, and Comer was the real deal. Like, you can't you can't discard that, you know. And I talk to Coach Overton every time I see him. He's still as sharp as he was then. I mean, he can talk football in a minute still, and it's a lot of fun to talk to him. But you know, those people they're passionate about it, and they love it, and they love that there's some energy in the program, and there's some pride in the program, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Coach, when you come in, the numbers are low, and you pretty much just have to recruit the school.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you use that, the years that Coleman was so good? I mean, you had 1 year where you had 3 kids go D1,
Mm-hmm.
2 won national championships, 1 a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah.
How much do you use that to say, hey, let's get it back there?
You know, it's one of those situations where it's kind of brought up. You know, I definitely, if I know that their parents played there or their grandparents played there, I always use that. You know, I'm always like, man, your dad played here and he was the real deal. You know, you could come and do that as well, or granddad played here, or whatever the case may be. You can relive that, and you can kind of etch your own history into this. I use that. The big thing that helps with the whole, just the recruiting of it, is the other guys. Like, these guys help the recruiting process big time. They go in the halls, and they're, you know, I've literally had, I think it was Kobe, like literally was bringing people to me last year. We're going to get this guy to play football. All right, well, here's some paperwork, here's this, here's that, you know, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't, you know. My big recruiting thing is spring football. Look, come out here, give me 2 weeks. At the end of the 2 weeks, if you don't like it, shake my hand, coach, it's not for me, and we'll be fine. I'll never treat you any differently, never treat you wrong. You know, if it's not for you, but give me an honest effort for 2 weeks. Give me an honest effort, and let's go from there. And if you love it, then you can come tell me, Coach, I love it, and I need to get the summer workout schedule. If you hate it, Coach, it's not for me, and I'm going to go do something else, you know. So, another thing for us is we have quality athletes. You know, we have quality football players. We have kids that are worthy of getting looks at the next level. And one thing that we've done, one thing that my defense coordinator has been an integral part of this, Coach Watts has been an integral part of getting all these guys set up on social media. And social media is the new, I mean, that's the highway of life right now. College coaches are using it, teenagers are using it, athletes. I mean, if you want to know, it's on social media. And so he has all of our athletes set up on social media. We have a recruiting sheet that we send out. He's emailed tons and tons of coaches and things like that. And we've had coaches on campus. So I had somebody, a parent was coming up one day when I was talking to a coach from North Alabama. Their coach was getting ready to leave. I was on the front steps. We were talking. We were shaking hands and left. The parent had come back out, and they were like, Coach, I've had somebody in this school system for at least the past 10 years, and I've never seen a college coach here. I'm like, that's crazy. Why would you not? Like, well, I'm not saying that they weren't here, but I've never seen one. I've never heard of one being here. And we had over 15 schools come by just last spring. So getting the word out about our kids and getting that information out about our kids, and possibly giving them an opportunity. You know, we can't shut a door on an opportunity if we never open a door. And we want to give our kids an opportunity. Nowadays, you can throw a rock and hit a college program that's got football. Everybody has football at some level. You know, you don't necessarily have to play in the SEC to play quality football. There's some quality programs at the lower levels. There's a quality program right up the road from here in JSU that plays good football. You know, down the road at UAB, they're playing good football. You know, and have a great story too, as far as the program being shut down and started back up and things like that. So, you know, we open those doors and open those opportunities for them, and that's, some of those guys see that as an opportunity. They see that as a chance to, hey, we're gonna capitalize on this opportunity and do something with it.
are no further questions for the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers, that will wrap up this session, and it will also wrap up the 8th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. I would like to thank all the coaches and student athletes. I also like to thank First Bank for being our host, and much thanks to the media for coming out and providing exposure for our student athletes across Talladega County. Thanks to everyone, and good luck.